Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, November 18th, 2025 regular business meeting of the Olympia City Council. For the record, we have a quorum with all council members present tonight. So before we adopt our agenda, I just want to take a moment to mention that this past weekend is a very tragic moment for the city of Olympia with the passing of Dr. Stacy Hicks, who served as the vice chair of our Heritage Commission and who also served 3 terms on the city's Arts Commission. This is a very untimely, unfortunate passing, and of course, the city of Olympia expresses its condolences to her loved ones at this very difficult time. I also just want to mention that she was a notable community member outside of her service to the city with a number of volunteer opportunities that she was afforded, and she certainly stepped up and rose to the occasion with all sorts of different organizations throughout our community, and so she will be deeply missed, and her presence is certainly one that will be missed by a lot of people personally here at the city, particularly on the council as well. So I also just want to mention that next week's meeting will be meeting on Zoom. So it will not be an in-person meeting, and the city council has one agenda item that evening on the budget. So with that, I need a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor of the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We have an agenda. We have no special recognition tonight, so we're going to go ahead and move right into public comment, and I'm going to turn it over to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a full room tonight. I see we have a lot of folks that signed up for public comment in person, and then I think we have quite a few that signed up virtually as well. We'll go ahead and honor that folks took the time to come in person to City Hall tonight. And so I'll call up we'll do in person first, and I'll call up a few names so that you can get ready and sort of get in queue. For those of you that are new to public comment, you'd public comment right here at the stand, and just the mic's already on, so just speak into the mic. You get 2 minutes to provide your public comment, and a timer is located to your left, to my right, just right over there, and it'll begin once you begin speaking, and there should be a little sound off, or it goes yellow light when you have 30 seconds left, I believe, and so then that'll tell you to wrap up your comments. So with that, we have Chris Lewis, followed by Leslie Cushman, followed by Desiree Tolliver. And if I do mispronounce your name, I do apologize in advance, and please do state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Chris Lewis. I've been an Olympia resident for the past 10 years, and I'm a public servant, a member of WFC 443 Local. I'm here today to express my concerns over the city's contract with Flock Safety and to request that the council move to order the deactivation of all 15 city-owned ALPR cameras, as well as to not renew the contract by the Olympia Police Department, a contract entered into without consent from the council. These cameras report to a privately owned, non-transparent central national database and track the movements of every single vehicle that passes them. Recently, the UW Center for Human Rights has shown in their report, Leaving the Door Wide Open, that federal agencies have accessed cameras in Washington state without permission to do so. Federal searches of flock data from our state have occurred thousands of times, with 8 Washington police or sheriff's departments allowing full one-to-one sharing and 10 additional agencies having had unauthorized backdoor access. OPD shares its data with 88 other agencies in Washington, including every single one of the agencies that share one-to-one with ICE, all of whom have been shown to have had data accessed by ICE. OPD maintains that a setting viewable on their Flock Transparency portal precludes federal access to the data. This setting states immigration enforcement is prohibited use of the data. However, this use is also listed as prohibited on both Yakima and Lakewood's pages. Those are agencies that have had data shared with ICE. Logically, it follows that this setting is not indicative of any real assurance of data safety. ICE could be given access to our data directly or through a side door as a favor by an agency above. As I and many others see it, this is directly opposed to our status as a sanctuary city. I call upon the members of this council to immediately deactivate these cameras. Thank you.
Thank you. Please hold your applause.
Please hold your applause. Do not applaud after comments, please. Thank you.
For the
Thank you.
record, my name is Leslie Cushman. I'm speaking about the use of the flock surveillance system by the city. I'm requesting that you discontinue the use of the system, including all the hardware and software associated with the system, and erase and destroy all of the data in your possession. Given what we know today about the flock system nationally, what we know about the risk to people's freedom, what we know is coming, this isn't a tool we want in Olympia, in the county, or anywhere in the state. In May of 2024, I brought this issue to the City Council, Mayor, Police Chief, and City Manager. At the time, I testified in person at meetings. I sent emails and met with Chief Allen in person, asking that the city not store this data. My point is, this issue is not new to you. You don't need a long process to address this. You have been on notice regarding the risks to civil rights, the risks to vulnerable communities for at least a year and a half. The city has claimed it has protected its data from access by the feds, by other flock users, but that is a claim you cannot confirm or verify. Because of the high risk from continuing to use this system, it should be discontinued as soon as possible. Please don't hide behind process. You have had plenty of time, and you know what needs to be done. Thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Again, I'm going to ask that you hold your applause out of respect for the community members who need to follow you when you speak. If we cannot do that, we will recess the meeting and reconvene. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Desiree Tolliver, followed by Kathy Barros-Freed, followed by Grace Fletcher.
First, I want to say congratulations to Dante and the city council members who are going to be retaining their seats. My public comment is not as prepared as I wanted it to be because tonight I found myself having to help an unhoused, disabled elderly neighbor who was going to be left in the cold because of these constant for-profit systems we have. And it would be nice to say that all of it was in her head when she says that harassment from the police is personal, when she says the way that people in the shelters treat her is personal, when she says the way that her healthcare providers treat her is personal. But the way that all of these systems are set up is to constantly target these people. Where the flock cameras are, at least in my neighborhood, the Swana neighborhood, before the cameras were there were lots of unhoused neighbors. I know because I shared food with them, and they have disappeared. With them disappearing, supposedly the crime rates in our neighborhood has also gone up, and there went the flock cameras. Along with the flock cameras, in that neighborhood is some of the biggest minority populations in Olympia, people who English is a second language speaking or not. It is not convenient where these cameras are placed. It is not convenient that the people in these neighborhoods are constantly forgotten. And it should be seen just as embarrassing to the city of Olympia to have a Chick-fil-A here, to have white nationalists doing marches every summer, as it is to have flock cameras in what should be a sanctuary city. Do not clap. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Barros-Freed.
Kathy Barros-Freed, about 35-year member of this community, and I'll speak on behalf of Father Jaime Case, who is supposed to be here tonight. He's the priest at the St. John San Juan Episcopal Church. We have a Latino congregation, and I know that members of that congregation are very fearful about being tracked, of being identified, and about law enforcement. As a side note, you did have a couple of your law enforcement officers that came to the church on Sunday, stayed for the service, prayed with the people in Spanish, bless their hearts, and then stayed for over an hour of question and answer, and I applaud them for doing that. Thank you so much. But that being said, there is fear. There's so much fear in the Latino community from law enforcement. And you can say and do all the things that we need you to do, but one of the things is to remember, as a sanctuary city, to be a leader. City of Olympia has been a leader in these kind of discussions around public safety and personal data and individual rights, and to continue to do so. We all have heard that you may have issues with a contract that has side door and back door access. Whatever those things are, you've got folks that can take a look at that and to have protections in there so that there's not misuse and fear generated because of the use of these cameras. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Grace Fletcher. And then my understanding from Kathy Barrs-Freed's comment is that Father Jaime Case is no longer public commenting.
Was he on your online?
No, I see a sign up in person here.
Well, because he was not able to make it. I'm from that congregation as well.
Oh, okay.
So I'm speaking on his behalf.
Okay, no, thank you for helping me. Yeah, usually this is not a back and forth, but yes, you are helping me keep things organized. Okay, so after Grace, we have Emily Christensen, followed by David Webb.
Good evening, council members. My name is Grace Fletcher, and I'm a resident of the Southwest neighborhood. I'm submitting this public comment on my own behalf, but also to reflect the concerns of many neighbors in my community who have directly spoken with me about this issue and could not be here tonight. I'm deeply concerned about the safety and privacy implications of flock cameras in Olympia, especially in light of the recent Washington court ruling. Flock cameras record every vehicle that passes, whether it belongs to a domestic violence survivor trying to stay hidden, a family running errands, or a city council member driving home from a meeting. This system captures your plates, the exact place you were, and the precise moment you were there. And now, because of this ruling, an entire trail of your movements is now public information. An abuser, a stalker, or a stranger can follow you where you've been and learn your routine. Once that data exists, you lose all control over who sees it and what they do with it. We've already seen documented cases in other cities where flock was used to track and stalk people. In Sedgwick, Kansas, a police officer used the system to follow his ex-girlfriend 228 times. In Texas, law enforcement used a nationwide flock network to track women seeking an abortion. These are real events, not hypotheticals. And now, because of a recent Washington court ruling, this kind of tracking is no longer limited to people with access to the system. Anyone can request this information. I've submitted a list of detailed data privacy questions as written public comment for City Council to consider for the study session, and I won't go into them here. Once this system is in place, the city cannot prevent indirect access by federal agencies, data brokers, or malicious actors. Even if city restricts direct sharing, federal agencies can still obtain its data through regional task force, fusion centers, partner agencies, and national law enforcement databases. Indirect pathways local policy cannot block. This conversation is not about being anti-law enforcement or anti-technology. It's about protecting the members of our community and about the survivors who cannot risk being found by their abuser, the elderly neighbor who leaves alone, and the families who trust the city will not use their tax dollars to build a surveillance system that can be weaponized against them. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Christensen?
Good afternoon. I'm an unaffiliated community member who didn't prepare her remarks in advance. I'm here because I vehemently oppose any of our tax dollars being spent on surveilling our community. I think that if we're really interested in investing in public safety, we have to consider the safety of every member of our public, including people who are now afraid to leave their houses, attend their court appearances, buy their groceries because they're being surveilled, not just by these flock cameras, but by a wider surveillance network. We need to do everything we can to stop that in its tracks. I work with people every day who are afraid to leave their houses because they're afraid of being kidnapped. I think everyone in this room got an Amber Alert today. We've decided as a society that a kidnapping is something that needs to be taken seriously and addressed by everyone involved. This isn't the kind of thing that you short walk. This is the kind of thing that you address as soon as it happens and you use every available resource to do so. That stands whether someone's being kidnapped by a government agency, by a police officer who's ripping them out of their lives because they've been driving on a suspended license. The kind of crimes that are captured on a driver's license, whether you've got an outstanding warrant, warrant or a suspended driver's license are very often crimes of poverty. We need to look into how often people who are criminalized in the system are there because they couldn't afford to pay for a class that they were required to take, because they missed a hearing because they were homeless and they didn't hear about it. Whether it's a federal agency or a part of our government, taking somebody out of their lives has a cost. It's not economically neutral to increase our prosecution of people with suspended driver's licenses. I want to second everything that every other speaker here has said tonight, and I want to say that for every person you see in this room and on that Zoom call, there are 10 other people that I know who feel exactly the same way but who didn't make it here tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. David Webb, followed by Brian Ganster, followed by Mike Pelly. Go ahead.
Hi, David Webb, City of Olympia. Thank you so much to everyone who's spoke before me. We've heard some really valid points from some eloquent speakers. I hope you all listen to them. So, dear my new City Council, I'm here tonight for two reasons. First and foremost, I am in support of 5A, declaring a continuing state of public health emergency related to houselessness. It's clear that the city needs more resources and attention to a community in need. Which brings me to my next concern, flock cameras. I'm new here and still learning, but watching this council makes me ask, if you don't care about workers' rights, whose rights do you care about? Do you support automatically collecting, aggregating, and redistributing records to agencies that are not acting lawfully, violating people's rights, and targeting our black and brown neighbors? Flock and the federal government have made it clear, demonstrated both here recently and in other cities, that they don't respect you or your agreements or anyone's rights. Your agreements protect you, not the people you represent. If the data exists, they will just take it, just like they're taking people off of our streets. These cameras are eyes for ICE, and they are all over this place. I noticed this afternoon there are 3 at the intersection by a grocery outlet. That makes the entire neighborhood unsafe for people just trying to live their lives. This city didn't agree to Flock. OPD purchased it after a pilot program, and we shouldn't need to be at this point, but here we are. Our country is becoming less and less safe. So if this city council refuses to take action to protect their constituents, it will be publicly recognized as support of the problematic administration. Failure to take action is consenting on our behalf to a police state, to being a city where existing gets you put into a database. If this city can't stand against Flock, then it simply is not a safe city for anyone who will ever be a target of the current federal administration, which is a pretty high list of people. Please do not let your comfort and complacency allow you to vote against the safety of everyone you are supposed to represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Ganster?
Howdy, y'all. My name is Brian, member of WFC 872 and Olympia Democratic Socialists of America. Here to speak in opposition to the flock cameras and to urge City Council to take action to shut them down immediately, which is something you can do and other city councils have done. Like immediately, like not wait for the contract renewal, which shouldn't be renewed, but take these down now because they're actively causing harm into our community. And again, that's something you can do. Like this is a really weird implementation of the surveillance state, which is already something that we generally, I thought were against, but I guess not. But this implementation is a public surveillance state, so anyone can surveil anyone. It's incredibly dystopian. I can just look up any one of you's history in the city of Olympia and know where any one of you have gone at any time, whenever I want. And you could do that to me. And that's super scary, right? I think so, and I think everyone else here thinks so too. So let's do something about that. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. We have Mike Pelly, followed by Logan Brumelt, followed by Jacob Greenwalt.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Mike Pelly. I've lived in this area and in Thurston County for about 35 years now. My mom grew up in Nazi-occupied Holland, and I grew up hearing stories about what I'm seeing right here and now, people just disappearing. You guys are in a position to put an end to this, or at least slow it down by getting rid of those cameras. Don't even shut them off, just tear them off. Get rid of them, okay? The Border Patrol, ICE, has already been using these images, as we all know, to illegally pull over and kidnap people and deport them. Flock's cloud-based storage is a public record as long as the city allows these cameras to do warrantless surveillance on us citizens. I intend to and advocate what Jesse Rodriguez of Walla Walla has been doing and file public record release after public record release till the city sees the light and knows and removes those cameras. We just do not need this, and it's just wrecking people's lives. So please, next week, when you talk with the police department, tell them to rip those cameras down. Thank you.
Thank you. So next we have Logan Brummett. Logan, are you still with us tonight? All right. I'm going to circle back to that one at the end. So we have Jacob Greenwald, followed by Justin Stang.
Good evening, City Council. For the record, my name is Jacob Greenwald. I've been an Olympia resident for 10 years and have worked in state government for over the last 3. I came here today to speak out against the city contracting and requesting a full divestment from Flock Safety and the immediate ending of automated license plate readers known as ALPRs. Olympia PD Policy 428.3 subsection F. An ALPR shall not be used for immigration enforcement. It is a very well-meaning policy, sure, but its effectiveness cannot be guaranteed with Flock Safety's data sharing and privacy history. The interim police chief of Olympia has stated Olympia's system is closed and cannot be accessed by federal authorities, including immigration and customs enforcement. However, it has been shown that closing your ALPR system off cannot adequately prevent the federal government from accessing any data. A terrifying example is the city of Denver, Colorado. Their mayor stated the same things as Olympia's interim chief, that the ALPR data was closed off and could not be accessed by the federal government for immigration use. Yet a public records request of the city of Denver revealed that Immigrations and Customs Enforcement accessed Denver's ALPR data over a dozen times without the city's knowledge or a warrant being presented. We cannot continue contracting with a third party that gives immigration enforcement backdoor access to data that puts our neighbors' rights at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin Stang, followed by Lou McMillan, followed by Jerry Inman.
Hi there, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Justin Stang, and I am a resident of the west side of Olympia. I want to share 2 concerns that connect directly with our city's stated values as a safe and welcoming community, and one that strives for shared prosperity that enables all residents to thrive. First, as we consider the continued use of the flock cameras, I agree with and echo the sentiments shared by some of the other speakers tonight. I have been a consistent critic of the flock camera system for quite some time, and I want to just take a moment to emphasize that even if the data has not been accessed or misused to date, that we as a city should not wait for trust to be broken before taking action. The city of Redmond has already suspended their use of flock cameras, and I do believe that the city of Olympia can do the same. Second, while it may be too late for the 2026 budget, I encourage the council to move away from relying on regressive tax measures without the support of the electorate, such as sales tax increases or B&O tax increases, as budget balancing tools. These taxes fall hardest on those with the least ability to absorb them and consistently make daily life more expensive for the very people we say that we'd like to support. If we're serious about advancing affordability and equity, our financial decisions should reflect that commitment through policies that do not deepen financial pressure on low-income households and small businesses. Olympia has strong progressive values and a clear desire to care for its residents. It's essential that our policies and their outcomes reflect those values in a meaningful way and create an environment where our commitments translate into real, measurable progress for the people who count on us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Lou McMillan. I'm going to flip the script a bit. My public comment is on middle housing. I volunteer as the property stewardship coordinator for St. John San Juan Episcopal Church. First incorporated in 1864, our parish is as old as Olympia and has been at its current site on Capitol Way in the South Capitol neighborhood for over 70 years. While our numbers may not be large, we consider this community to be part of our congregation. Our mission is loving God, loving neighbor, and building community. I'm here to speak on behalf of the parish in support of the Middle Housing Code amendments. Our aging church buildings have become far too expensive for us to fully restore or properly maintain. Rather than let them further decline or sit underutilized, we want our final act on this land to be a gift to the next generation. Middle housing can create attainable homes without changing the character of the historic neighborhood district. Such a transition is an act of land stewardship. For the most significant legacy we can leave is a place for people to live. We see this as a chance to honor the past while building the future, a partnership between the city and a faith community whose mission has always extended beyond its own walls. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Jerry Inman, followed by Jason Tipner, followed by Kevin Pessinger. And for folks of you that are new to public comment, if you're hoping for a response, we don't do a two-way, but at the end of all of the public comments, there will be an opportunity for council to respond if council members so choose. And so if you're hoping for a response, you might wait till the end. Jerry, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, my name's Jerry Inman. I live at 3011 28th Avenue Northwest. And I'm here to, I guess, complain or find out what has been going on with the situation with the water across the road. For the last 10 years, it's been progressively getting worse and worse since the city put in water up to Aztec Court. So I'm just asking all the board members if they heard anything about anything being done, or as if, even if it is a problem. I witnessed at about 7:30 last year in the middle of the winter, one of my neighbors came by, rolled down her car window. Their child was sitting in that side, and we were talking to it with a city official. And at that given moment in the middle of what we like to call Lake 28th, the water was well over 8 inches in the middle. So if she would have got out of the car or had to walk to the school bus, which they have to do to get to a school bus, they would not be able to do it without going through at least 5 to 8 inches of water. So I'm just curious, all the council members, if you've heard anything, and where are we at? I heard you've had some outside help figuring it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Tipner?
Hello, everyone. My name's Jason. Olympia presents itself as sanctuary for marginalized groups. Yet, despite this progressive stance, the city has allowed flock cameras to be used, which threatens the very values it claims to uphold. We've all seen the horrific arrests of undocumented migrants and U.S. citizens by ICE. Just recently, a woman and her young child were left stranded when ICE ripped her partner from the car just a couple miles from here. Olympia PD claims it will not share flock data with ICE. However, there have been examples of ICE using flock data despite local police departments promising otherwise. Additionally, flock has extremely poor security safeguards. I saw a video in which a town hall in Oregon, in which a man describes being able to access a flock camera simply by connecting to its Wi-Fi. Believe another speaker spoke on this, but Flock has also been used by police officers to stalk ex-partners. In Sedgwick, Kansas, a police chief used Flock to track his ex-girlfriend and her new boyfriend's vehicle 228 times over a 5-month period. Flock has also been used to track women for criminal prosecution because they traveled to a different state seeking reproductive health care. It is clear Flock has no place in a city that prides itself in protecting our undocumented neighbors, women escaping domestic violence, and women seeking reproductive health care. Deflock Olympia today.
Thank you. Looks like I have Kevin Pessinger. While Kevin's making their way up, we have Ribbon Beagle, followed by L. Huston.
My name's Kevin. I don't live in Olympia, I live in Lacey, but I do work for a company in Olympia where I'm an owner and CEO and general manager. We employ 18 people, and we're a software company that builds software exclusively for labor unions. And I'm here to talk about flock safety and very deep concerns, and I think it's a very problematic program and product and tool. And I reached out to approximately 20 friends about if they knew about this tonight, if people were speaking out about this at tonight's meeting, and 5 of them who live in Olympia responded, well, why the hell would we even consider having flock safety here in Olympia? And I was shocked because it's been here for a couple of years and they didn't even know. There's so little public awareness that this program even exists here. And the more people find out, the more people are getting upset. It's very obvious that the general public consensus in Olympia is that this is not something anyone wants. I've never met anybody who thinks they're in favor or support of this. I will speak because of my background is in software. I echo everyone else's comments that have already been made about flock safety, agree with them 100%, but I'll add a few pieces of information from a person with a career in software. Data, big data, is the product. The people are the product. Data is a valuable commodity. It is sold and resold. It is very scary. It is 1984, George Orwellian. That was supposed to be a warning, not a playbook. And the use of this data is so dangerous. These systems, Flock system is an operating system that's so outdated, it's not even in support anymore, and it has more than 900 known vulnerabilities. It is so easy to hack the Flock system. You can search online and find 50 videos of how to instantly access, not just where every Flock camera is in a city, but where every police car is at that moment. And that's a danger to the police, not just the public. So I urge you to immediately eliminate the flock safety program.
Thank you. Ribbon Beagle?
Good evening, City Council. I'd like to start my public comment today with a little bit of a story. I wasn't the biggest fan of my parents back in 2010. I had braces growing up. My mom was driving me down the street trying to get me to school on time. Her license plate got caught by a local camera that was down in Lakewood. Then 3 weeks later, we went into the judge's chambers to fight the ticket, and I cried like a child to get my mom out of that ticket because I felt like that was my fault because she was rushing because I had not made her happy and she was not well. I share this specifically because there was human interactions in that story. Flock safety does not have human interactions. I'm not going to sit here and justify flock safety as an automated license plate reader. It is not that. It is AI-controlled video surveillance. That is exactly what it is. It is not an automatic license plate reader. So I urge that the city of Olympia along with Olympia Police Department as well, remove these cameras immediately as soon as they can. It is not safe for the city of Olympia. It is not safe for our homeless population. It is not safe for our indigenous population. It is not safe for our queer population. This is just an obvious danger that, while not the fault of OPD or the city council directly, because this was a service that was bought, and that service came with expectations, that Flock has completely dropped underneath the rug. I feel that Flock safety needs to get the Flock out of Olympia right now, personally, and I feel that an expeditious retreat by Olympia City Council and the Olympia Police Department to rectify this mistake would be a great use of time and a great service back to the community, considering the other discussions we've been having recently about policy around here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. After L, we have Janae Huber, followed by Caleb Geiger, followed by Calvin Parker.
Hello, I'm Ellie Houston for the record, and things are concerning regarding the repetition of history and conservative extremism. The hardships and causes of the Gilded Age loom over us, but we can prepare. City funds need to have its belt tightened, and we need to send it to community preparedness through this regime. We need you, city council members, to use and make every power for it. We need education, disaster relief, and evacuation plans. We need to show what works for our community and to learn from what works for others. We need to cover up these Flock cameras as soon as possible tomorrow. We need to community grocery stores. We need to empower local people and supply lines, not national chains and corporate investors. We need to localize our healthcare and our food. We need to stop wasting funds on things like OPD contracts and their oppression upon us, and we need to prepare our communities because we keep us safe. OPD are overinflated. I can tell you so because a dozen officers on bikes followed a dozen Mayday protesters. Then 5 or more SUVs followed up a hill and threatened less lethals and gas in a residential area. We need stricter control over police who break policy and snuff out Mayday protests with no recourse but a complaint form on their own website for a disgusting breach against constitutionally protected action. The security concerns about Flock goes beyond OPD and the agencies they themselves allow access to surveillance of our city. The surveillance increasing in businesses like apartment complexes such as my own, with a Flock camera on every corner and an Amazon Ring recording every person going into or out of their home, breaches our sanctuary and ability to be safe from stalking and privacy breaches. Each and every one of us have had our security taken from us by OPD, Flock, and others. Community, please switch to closed circuit if you need video security. Anyone can find and follow you with an AI search with these cameras. We must reclaim our sovereignty as a sanctuary city, and we must bolster ourselves against the fallout from the successful coup of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Payne and members of council. I'm Janae Huber, and I'm here tonight to support the Planning Commission's middle housing recommendations. I'd like to highlight just a couple of areas that I think have the most potential to help Olympia grow in a compact pattern, reducing sprawl and preserving farms and forests. Olympia is a great place to live, which I think you all probably agree with. So it should really come as no surprise that we expect to welcome around 20,000 additional residents within a few short years. Implementing the Tier 1 requirements now for cities of 75,000 or more will save lengthy public process and staff hours in the future. I also support swapping the major transit stops for Olympia's frequent transit routes. I am lucky enough to live on a 4-stop per hour route, and this frequency is a true gift. More people should have the opportunity to live close to routes of this frequency, where you can leave your house and just grab the next bus without having to give it a lot of thought or plan ahead. Finally, using the half-mile distance from frequent transit for the density unit increase makes good sense. As I mentioned, I'm lucky enough to live on a frequent route, but I also live 0.4 miles from my local transit stop, which is a quick 8-minute walk. A half mile is an easy distance for many people, In fact, my dad, who's in his 80s and no longer drives, is able to walk the half mile from his house to our local stop. This gives him independent access to senior center, downtown restaurants, and the farmers market, his favorite Olympia spot. So I urge you to support the Planning Commission's recommendations to strengthen our middle housing ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the City Council and neighbors. My name is Caleb Geiger. I'm a community member. I am here to request that the City Council immediately end the use of flock cameras in the City of Olympia. The misuse of flock cameras throughout the United States is quickly becoming apparent. The use of flock by other states to track those seeking reproductive health care in other states, including here in Washington, and a case in Denver, Colorado, where a woman was charged with theft after a police officer used a flock camera to incorrectly identify her as the perpetrator of porch piracy, stealing packages. But this is just part of a pattern of policing in the United States, as we saw in the war on drugs and the war on terror, when the police were militarized with long-term implications, predominantly for Black and brown communities and the communities that those police officers serve. And this is at a time where crime is at a historic low and members of our community are being asked to give up any semblance of privacy where anyone can track them. The founders of our country understood the implications. They established the Fourth Amendment as a protection against unreasonable search and seizure. And previously, this type of tracking, whether it was an individual's car or phone data, would have required a warrant supported by probable cause signed off by a judge. That is no longer the case. This is a backdoor in order to track individuals using mass surveillance. So I leave you with the words of one of our founders, Benjamin Franklin, who said, "Those who sacrifice their comfort for their freedom deserve neither." Thank you.
So we have Calvin Parker making their way to the stand, followed by Robert Dandy, followed by Dakota King.
Hi, my name is Calvin Parker, and I am giving comment to ask the City Council to remove all of the flock cameras immediately. I know a lot of you studied political science. I assume you guys read Foucault. You guys know the chilling effect that this has on democracy, right? When I was working at Climate Pledge Arena, one of my coworkers fell off the jersey rack because we didn't have ladders. She broke her ankle. We decided to organize a union. When we were doing that, which is it's our democratic right in the United States to organize a union, we were watched by our managers, we were watched by the security cameras. We couldn't talk about it anywhere at work, not even in the break room, because we knew there would be consequences because we knew we were being watched, right? So when you surveil the public, you are chilling democracy. It's not just about the possible risks of abusers stalking people. It's not about the risks of ICE kidnapping people. It's not about the risk of the city getting sued after ChatGPT surveillance cameras hallucinate a crime. It's not about the risk of you losing an election because your opponents are in these rooms and they're opposed to this thing. What it really is about is our ability to have a functional democracy. So I'm going to ask you guys, in the name of liberty, to oppose these cameras. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, I've got 40 seconds left. If you're like, man, I really want to clap, but I can't do it because the people up there do not want us to clap, what you can do is you can put up your hands and you can do like this and we'll know that you're clapping. So thank you.
We are a creative city. Robert Dandy.
Good evening. My name is Robert Dandy. I'm a resident of Olympia. I'm here to talk about flock. RCW 941-360 talks about how a person who leaves a firearm where the person knows or reasonably should know that a prohibited person may gain access to the firearm is guilty of community endangerment if that prohibited person uses the firearm in the commission of a crime. Due to the very nature of flock, it is impossible to secure it. The information that it collects is accessible in perpetuity to people like those in ICE. This is a sanctuary city because we identified a long time ago that what those institutions are doing, what those organizations are doing, is counter to our values. is not something that we as Olympians want to be part of. It's not part of a world that we want to see come to fruition. If you continue to allow flock in our city, you continue to leave a gun on the table for ICE to use. They have so little care for basic human decency, for human life, for the law. And the federal government has very little interest in reeling them in. Just looked at the Supreme Court ruling in September when they endorsed their use of racial profiling with a shadow docket ruling. This information being collected by Flock is at their fingertips. It doesn't matter what things we say here and what little bits of policy we write. That information exists for them to use. It is a tool that they will use to commit their crimes against humanity. Do not make us complicit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Dakota King, followed by Andy Barenberg, followed by Julian Montjoy.
Hello, I'm Dakota King. Nice to see you guys again. It's been a little while. I'm coming up to say that I don't want the flock cameras around for any reason, honestly. Someone else mentioned earlier, but the ALPR operation manual in section 428.3F does say that it shouldn't be used for immigration enforcement or tracking people to and fro different healthcare facilities, but do we really want to risk that in this climate with everything going on? Do we want to have any potential issues come to frame with all of our information, our license plates, our faces? And I don't know how much it's taking for taxes or funding to really put up there, but I'd prefer better public transit or more effort being put on renting caps, because when it comes to what's important to Olympia, tracking us is not it. I'm not comfortable being on cameras all the time, at work, on the streets, everywhere. I just don't want it anymore, and I don't think anybody here does. But thank you guys for hearing us out. I appreciate you.
Hello, my name's Andy Barenberg. I've been a resident of Olympia for the past 7 years, and I teach economics at St. Martin's University, where I created a class on economics of the city. It's a social justice-oriented class I created because I know my students are concerned about rising housing prices, how this rising housing prices causes economic and racial segregation, how it pushes the population out and causes sprawl and environmental degradation. And we talk in the class about the history of exclusionary zoning, of how that has created these problems, and that we have now a lot of empirical evidence that when cities liberalize their housing, they make changes like the excellent proposal that we have from the City Planning Commission for the Missing Middle Bill to allow the type of housing that starting families, working class live in, duplexes, triplexes, and so on, that helps to bring the housing costs down, that allows us to limit income and racial segregation. The excellent proposal, I hope that you pass it as they have proposed, of allowing using the bus stops as a major transit stop, using that half-mile distance so that we can have populations, working class people in Olympia, being able to get affordable housing in Olympia where they can choose to have a car or not have a car, where they can ride on a bus, so that we can have, so that our city can live up to our progressive values and have a city that is welcome to everybody of all income levels, and give them opportunities to raise their families without, exorbitant housing and transportation costs. So I hope you pass the missing middle proposals as the City Planning Commission has proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Julian Mountjoy, followed by Marie Donahue.
Hello, my name is Julian Mountjoy. I'm asking the city to reject flock and all forms of warrantless mass surveillance. Benjamin Franklin said, "Those who would trade essential liberty for a little temporary security deserve neither liberty nor security." We are already living In an unprecedented surveillance panopticon, we cannot accept further erosion of civil liberties. The Patriot Act was sold as an emergency tool that would sunset after 4 years. Instead, it has been the backbone of mass government surveillance for more than 2 decades. Edward Snowden and Chelsea Manning showed us when these systems are deployed, their use expands, they operate in secrecy, and the public is repeatedly misled about how far they reach. License plate tracking, automatic vehicle monitoring, and other location collection systems are searches of the entire population. They track the movements of innocent people day and night with no warrant and no individualized suspicion. That is unconstitutional. Some will argue that these systems help solve crimes, but public safety does not require treating every resident like a potential suspect. We cannot accept permanent mass surveillance infrastructure that shadows everyone's daily life. I urge you to oppose FLOC and to oppose all warrantless mass surveillance systems regardless of the vendor. Once we normalize this level of tracking, we will never get our privacy back. This is shameful. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Mari Donahue, and this is my first time ever publicly commenting at a city council meeting. You are fervently mistaken if you believe the feds do not have access to your FLOC data because of some encryption your interim police chief stated you had. It is now public information. FLOC and Amazon's Ring are now partnering to create an AI facial recognition database that includes every single one of us by using all of the footage they capture throughout every neighborhood in the US where their cameras are installed. I vehemently urge you to consider the plight of our neighbors when you make a decision against their best interest to leave those cameras up and operational in our, quote, sanctuary city for even one single day more. You can amend an agenda. You have the power to stop this tonight.
Thank you, Mari. Well done on your first public comment. I want to circle back to Logan Brummett. Is Logan? Oh, wonderful. I think Logan's approaching the stand.
Hello. I've lived here for 5 years, and I'm from Arkansas originally. And I have 2 sisters that live down there right now. And I'd like this to be a safe place for them to come if they needed to. So that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, that's everyone for in-person public comment, and so we're going to go ahead and move to virtual public comment. First on my list is Courtney Seacal. Hi, Courtney. I see that your hand is raised. When you're ready, you can go ahead and unmute and provide your public comment. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen. It'll ding at the 30-second mark, but you can go ahead and finish up your comments.
Sounds good. Thank you. My name is Courtney Seacal, and as a resident, I'm asking you for 3 things. To end the FLOC contract, remove the cameras, and put real limits on AI surveillance technology in Olympia. These aren't extreme demands. On the contrary, they're consistent with Washington state laws that already exist to protect residents. Our state guarantees the right to make private reproduction decisions, it blocks cooperation with out-of-state investigations targeting abortion, and it places strict limits on collecting or sharing location data tied to someone's health. Willingly contracting with FLOC betrays these state laws and these values. We can see the danger clearly where these cameras actually sit. The densest cluster in Olympia is down the street from one of the largest hospital systems in the region and more than a dozen OBGYN and reproductive health practitioners, including the Multicare Women's Health Facility. Depending on your route, you may pass 6 to 8 cameras just to get to an appointment, as they're along multiple major streets in that area. Not only have people seeking care not consented to being tracked, they have not even been notified or warned that they're in a surveillance zone. I moved to Olympia from Texas after Roe was overturned. In Texas, my primary care doctor was already funneling patients, including me, into a system called Pro-Life OBGYN against my will. And this same system is tracking people across state lines seeking care. It's unacceptable and frankly embarrassing to endanger people's safety and civil rights for a more convenient investigation experience, as if policing didn't exist before 2 years ago. Anyone who's ever been on the internet should know that misuse should be expected. Backdoors and side doors are impossible to close, and the only safe data is data that isn't collected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have William Cotter.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is William Cotter. I'm an Olympia resident, a responsible artificial intelligence expert, and I previously worked for the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. I was also fired from DHS for holding the agency accountable to its responsible AI commitments under the Trump administration. That's why I'm here asking you to terminate the Olympia Police Department's flock contract, remove all flock cameras, and pass an ordinance banning the use of AI-enabled surveillance technologies by the city. I've analyzed your flock contract and amendment. They allow data sharing with government officials whenever quote unquote legally required. As a former DHS employee who had to work with the agencies that are actively exploiting this data, I can tell you what that actually means. ICE doesn't need warrants. They use administrative subpoenas where no judge is required. They issue national security letters with gag orders, and Flock can't tell you that they shared the data. That data is stored on the AWS GovCloud, and Amazon has a history of sharing data with federal authorities. Federal authorities also access Flock data through its nationwide network and backdoors that let them circumvent local approval. From an AI security standpoint, your contract has zero meaningful prohibitions on federal access. That's not an oversight. It's Flock's business model, and it's by design. A Washington judge ruled that Flock data is public record. At least 2 Flock cameras in Olympia sit next to ballot drop boxes. That means anyone can file a records request to see who's showing up to vote. If that sounds invasive, it is, and again, it's by design. As an AI expert, I can tell you that once this data exists, you cannot control who accesses it. No contract, no amendment, no protections can stop federal agencies. The Olympia Police Department cannot control it, despite the assurances that I'm sure they will be giving you on December 2nd. Olympia recently reaffirmed its position as a sanctuary city, but you can't be a sanctuary city while operating ICE-accessible surveillance. Those two positions are fundamentally incompatible. You either care about protecting people in the city or you don't. Choose one. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call the next virtual public commenter, usually for public comment, we'll do the first, we'll do as many public comments as it's the first 30 minutes, and then we pick it up at the end of our business items. Though, you know, we have a number of people that have been waiting, and we basically decided that we're just going to run through public comment tonight. So just in case for anyone that's wondering about the business items, we are deciding to forego the 30-minute limit and hearing everyone out right at the top of the meeting. So with that, we have Ann Hampton.
Ann is not online.
Thank you. Next, we have Mike Lash.
Also not online.
I just said that thing about the 30 minutes. So next we have Kyle Kimball.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, neighbors. My name is Kyle Kimball, and I'm making comment today, unsurprisingly, regarding the use of flock cameras by OPD. As you were all likely aware, flock cameras automate the capture of data from private vehicles, and while there's much to be said regarding the implicit Fourth Amendment violations that this entails, I'm primarily here to raise the issue of Public Record Act compliance. The Skagit Superior Court recently ruled that all data captured by Flock is a public record and thus subject to the mandates of the Washington Public Records Act. While a clear win for transparency, it raises significant challenges for municipal governments. I recently filed 2 public records requests for all Flock data. The city of Olympia returned over 20,000 records, while OPD returned over 2 million images. For those keeping score at home, these are big numbers. My question to the council is this. Would you prefer to keep the Flock contract, or would you prefer to avoid the massive liability issues stemming from the inevitable failure to meet Public Record Act obligations? We're a small city. We have a small clerk's office. Keeping Flock means a tidal wave of public record requests, and with each request, the poor clerks are further behind on responding to other requests. Each failure to provide records in a reasonable time means a motion will be filed to Thurston County Superior Court for judicial review, and judicial review means that the same overburdened government has to appear and prove that both estimates and record delivery have been prompt and within a reasonable time frame. By ending this contract with the company profiting off of the kidnapping of our neighbors, Olympia would be joining Redmond, Linwood, Skamania County, and others who have quickly realized supporting the surveillance state isn't worth the collapse of municipal government. Termination of the program will stop the bleeding, and anything else is litigation bait. In August, a Redmond father was wrongfully arrested because of Flock, and the impending litigation is going to cost taxpayers dearly. 1984 is far better literature than it is a model for Olympian government. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Shiloh Peterson.
Shiloh is not online.
Okay, we have Brady Johnson.
Brady is not online.
Okay. How about Jeffrey Blumenshine?
Jeffrey is not online.
Okay. Ash Blumenshine?
Ash is not online.
Okay. Paige Wright? Hi, Paige. You can begin when you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, thank you for your time. I want to bring attention to the use of flock cameras in Olympia. The Keep Washington Working Act bans local police from assisting immigration enforcement, yet federal agents still slip through things known as side doors, the same way any one person could. There is no warrant needed to access Flock's unregulated surveillance data. The footage collected could be contested as public record, meaning anyone can get a copy of the records, i.e., an abuser can request and receive that exact driving route of their victims by naming their license plate number, leading to victims never being safe so long as Flock cameras exist. These machines are also very vulnerable themselves. With sufficiently advanced multi-channel software radio, one could watch live feed from our community without even hacking. It's a genuine issue of national security that these cameras are so insecure. But also with a firewall, hackers can also get into these systems just as easily. Just this morning, half of the global internet was shut down by Cloudflare's outage and affected every large domain and business. For me, I was in a call center and I couldn't call anyone for an hour because of the shutdown that happened with our large data. But also because people can be wrongly accused of crimes with these digital interfaces. Recording our community digitally will only increase the chances of data breaches and community danger. Just because a computer says one thing doesn't make it true. History shows us that when the governments or other people get unchecked surveillance powers, they eventually use them against ordinary people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Fox Freer.
Hi, thank you. I also would like to speak on the presence of flock cameras in our city of Olympia. I saw something today that sums up what I'm about to say perfectly, which is safety isn't just the absence of danger, but the presence of trust. These cameras are not safe for our community. Not only are they easy to hack into, but they can be accessed by federal immigration enforcement and have been accessed in over 30 cities in Washington state, at times without even the permission of local law enforcement. And this is despite Washington being a sanctuary state, and despite the Keep Washington Working Act, which bans local law enforcement from assisting federal immigration enforcement. This loophole allows for an invasion of privacy to take place without any warrants and therefore without just cause to do so. Something important of note here is that there is no evidence, that is no research, no studies showing that flock cameras do anything to keep people safer or that they reduce crime. They are an invasion of my privacy, your privacy, and the privacy of all of our friends and all of our neighbors. As I said, Washington is a sanctuary state, and Olympia, as we know, is a sanctuary city. I believe and I hope that the members of this council will agree that those in our community who are undocumented, unhoused, other minorities are supposed to feel safe here, and equally importantly, they deserve to feel safe here. But this is not just an issue of privacy or safety. This is an issue of humanity. Tearing people out of their communities and away from their homes is inhumane. Flock cameras are assisting in this endeavor every day, and I urge you to please get them taken down and banned from our communities. We do not need flock. We do not want flock. Immigrants are welcome here and loved here, but flock cameras are not. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jesse Bose.
Hi, thank you. I am a software engineer with a background in national security, intelligence, and I hold a patent in data analytics. And I'm here to speak out against Olympia's usage of flock cameras and request the termination of the contract and removal of the cameras for several reasons. First is the misuse by the federal government for immigration enforcement. Last month, researchers at the University of Washington found that ICE and Border Patrol accessed the flock data of at least 18 Washington cities, often without police departments knowing. In response to ICE actions, Redmond actually turned off their cameras last week. These cameras offer a direct contradiction to the sanctuary status of both Olympia and Washington. These cameras build a warrantless surveillance system, which goes against the Washington Constitution. They create a 24/7 location tracking database of people not suspected of any crimes, which no Washington resident has consented to. You are allowing a private company to conduct mass surveillance of Olympians. Finally, they create a costly liability for the city. Just yesterday, the EFF and ACLU filed a lawsuit against the city of San Jose, California for violating state privacy laws. Norfolk, Virginia saw a similar suit in October. My Health, My Data and Senate Bill 5589 protect people coming to Washington for healthcare, and these cameras can be accessed by out-of-state and federal agencies, contradicting that law. These systems are error-prone, and there is no documented evidence that they actually reduce crime. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final public commenter is Mireya Uribe.
Hi, yeah, that's me. It's Mireya, sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, thanks. Hi, so I'm a resident to Olympia, and I'm calling for the city of Olympia, the city council, to divest from using the flock cameras. It takes about $2,500 to $3,500 a year per camera to keep them running. And I would prefer that money to be going to my community members in supporting them getting their needs met, like housing, food resources, and transportation. And it's also a matter of safety. I believe that right now in this current climate, it is important to make sure that our safety is a priority and that we keep our community safe, members safe, just like everybody else has stated. And that is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Back to you, Mayor. That concludes public comment.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, so are there any comments from the dais? Councilmember Gilman.
First, I'm glad that Mr. Inman, who was coming in from Lake 28, got a chance to walk out with our Public Works Director, and I'm going to follow up with both of them, so I'm glad for that. And I appreciate the missing middle comments. I think there's been a lot of serious work over the last 2.5 years or so to both bring us in alignment with the state legislative changes and our community's needs. So that was nice to hear. And I've learned a few things. I've spent some time working on the flock through an organization called Local Progress in the last 1.5 years, but learning about the recent Amazon reaching out to both, or partnering with both Flock and Axion, who does our dash cameras and body-worn cameras, was new information. And the fact that a public records request yielded Mr. Kimball 2 million images from our cameras makes me wonder how we even have a conversation about data privacy if a community member can just access a pile like that. Who else? Anybody else can. So anyhow, I've got a lot of learning to go back through my notes that I took and the emails that many of you have written, but we will pick this conversation back up on December 2nd. I appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilman. Councilmember Madrone.
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks to the Middle Housing folks. Always a pleasure to see you here in council chambers. And I just want to thank everybody who has come here to, raise our awareness, share your concerns on the sense of safety that you feel in the community with the use of flock cameras. I want to thank Councilmember Gilman because I know he has been digging in on this issue for a while and making sure that our contract with Flock is where we want it to be, but this is an evolving situation, as he just mentioned, with many things that are beyond our control. And so we do have this study session coming up on December 2nd. I'm keeping an open mind. From what I'm hearing from all of you, what I hear from the police department, I think that, the sense of safety in our community is important to every single one of us up here on the dais. And so I encourage you all to tune into that discussion and, learn along with us. And, we'll have some more discussion then. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the council? Councilmember Vanderpool.
Yeah, originally I was going to put this in my council reports about concerns about Flock because I had got this weekend, I had spoken with several folks that had emailed us and had concerns. I've expressed this to some of my council mates, and like some of the major concerns that are coming forward is that this is even if it hasn't, we've done the audit in the city, we've gone through our language to secure it more, but I also have a lot of concerns that what happens if they get into our system, even though we've put these measures in there, and they just don't care because the federal government acts without caring about the law, right, as it is now. And I think that the other concern I have that I will bring up at the study session also is the concern of private companies using this outside the city of Olympia's own cameras. So that's the second layer of this, of my concern is even if we removed ours, is what do we do ordinance-wise around the city about the private systems that pop up in private parking lots, and what that means as a city. How can we navigate that privacy concern? When we got a presentation on it was it 2 years ago or 1.5 years ago, we were offered this grant from the state on these cameras, and I had concerns then. My concerns have grown since then, hearing more and more about the security flaws, the fact that as you know, I can't do it justice to all the comments that I've received in email and tonight, but issues like not having a warrant is a major concern, right? Not, you know, being able to get into a system. I mean, I talked to some folks about the fact that it runs on Android 8, which is a non-secure operating system. Stuff like that that are just continually more and more concerned, especially around trust in the community, because we want folks to trust the city council and the government. And so, you know, that's where I stand. You know, I can, if my council mates want to remove it, I'm for supporting removing it. I'm leaving that up to my council mates because I'm one of 7.
Thank you, Councilmember Vanderpool. Additional comments from the council? Okay. First of all, I'll just say that I have been part of this conversation for since it started, as Councilmember Vanderpool mentioned, through the Community Livability and Public Safety Committee, which is where this was first introduced. So there has been a public-facing discussion about this from the city from the beginning. So I do just want to clarify that point. And while it is an operational decision, otherwise meaning the city council doesn't necessarily authorize the usage of these cameras, it was brought to our attention through the committee. So I just want to clarify that, because I believe I heard earlier that council wasn't aware, and that's technically not true. So obviously we've heard that this is an evolving situation, and I'm willing to admit that after what I'm hearing tonight, that my thoughts are evolving as well. I'm thinking that we need to have the study session so that we can hear all of the information, because there was information that we just had in a public safety update from the Community Livability and Public Safety Committee that I think is still worth telling that story and providing that information to the community. And I think that that is the appropriate setting for council to have a more robust discussion specifically on the subject of the usage of flock cameras, which is one of only 2 agenda items that night. And so there isn't an opportunity for public comment at a study session, but obviously you are welcome to attend and observe the meeting if you would like, or you can watch at home. But I do appreciate everybody coming out tonight and expressing your concerns. This is why we have public comment. So are there any additional comments? Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
Yeah, I think they're well covered by many of my council colleagues. I also really appreciate everyone coming out. I've seeing sort of across the dais here, as I'm calling up public commenters, that there's a lot of notes being written, and I know for myself I have almost a page full of notes to look into. You know, you all have given me a lot of new learning, and I do think it's a responsibility to look into those things before making a decision, and I would say that about anything for myself. We also have a lot of folks that have been emailing in, and I haven't read everything that people have emailed into us, and that deserves some looking into, and I think it's a respectful thing to do, is to look into all of those things before we make a decision. We've also been on top of that, like we're telling you all, we've been telling other members of the public that City Council is taking up this issue on December 2nd, and so I really want to stay true to that. And I don't want to surprise folks with a change tonight. So for me tonight, I know with the room, it might not land well, but for me, I'm not prepared to make a decision tonight. I've heard a lot of very, very compelling things, and I think I think we need to look into it. And I'm not saying taking a long time to study the issues, but I think it's important to look into things. We've also heard a couple of, I think a few different things where it's Councilmember Vanderpool, for example, you were just talking about, you know, if we're talking about the flock cameras, are there other cameras that we should be worried about? There's, I think there might be more than just the flock cameras that we're finding out tonight. And so I just, anytime that I'm feeling like I'm hurrying up and making a decision, it's important for me to pause and make sure that I'm taking in all of the information first. So I do really appreciate the comments, and I am committed to looking into them. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any additional comments? All right, seeing none, that concludes our public comment section for tonight. Again, just a reminder to the community that on Tuesday, December 2nd, we will have the study session on the flock cameras. All right, so we are going to move on with the remainder of our agenda to adopt tonight's consent calendar. But before we do, are there any requests for polls for questions or comments on the consent calendar? Any requests for polls for questions or comments on the consent calendar? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the consent calendar as published signify by saying aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I need the motion. Yes.
I'll move approve. Oh, second.
Thank you. All those in favor of adopting the consent calendar as published signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Consent calendar is adopted. All right, so that takes us to item 5A on our agenda, which is a public hearing to consider an ordinance declaring a continuing state of public health emergency related to homelessness on first and final reading. And we have Susan McLaughlin, who is our Director of Community Planning and Development, presenting tonight. Hi, Susan.
Here for council to consider an ordinance declaring a continuing state of public health emergency related to houselessness. The original ordinance was passed in July of 2018, as you can read in the ordinance that's before you. This declared a public health emergency at that time, caused by concerns around human health and environmental conditions caused by increasing houselessness. Whilst we have made significant progress since 2018 in developing and strengthening a network of shelter and services, we are still in a continuing state of public health emergency, warranting an extension of our existing emergency ordinance. This will enable city departments to work more nimbly, more expeditiously, and with more urgency in alignment with what this emergency warrants. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Susan. Any questions from the council? Okay. So at this time, I am going to open the public hearing to consider an ordinance declaring a continued state of public health emergency related to houselessness on first and final reading. We do not have anybody signed up in advance who is present in the chambers, but I do believe we have someone signed up virtually. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Mayor. We have two folks, so if that's all right, I'll just call them forward now.
Sure.
We have Courtney Seacale.
Courtney is not online.
Okay. Followed by Jeffrey Blumenshine.
Jeffrey's also not online.
Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, it is our custom to open it up to anyone who's present in the chambers who did not sign up in advance. If you wish to testify in this hearing, now is your opportunity to do so here at the podium. Is there anybody in the room that wishes to testify in this hearing? Going once? Going twice? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing to consider an ordinance declaring a continued state of public health emergency related to houselessness on first and final reading. So then we also have to move to approve the ordinance declaring a public health emergency related to human health and environmental conditions caused by increasing houselessness on first and final reading. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, so that takes us to item 5B on our agenda, which is also another public hearing on the 2026 preliminary operating budget, utility rates, general facility charges, parking rates, and impact fees. And we have Mike Githens, our finance director, who is back presenting tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. Director Mike Githens. I'm pleased to present the budget before the second public hearing with no changes at this point. We certainly want to take any input from you tonight. And just as a preview of what's coming, tomorrow night we'll present this same budget with any changes that you recommend to the Finance Committee, who will then make a recommendation for full council's consideration at final budget balancing, as Mayor Payne mentioned, next Tuesday evening on Zoom. At this time, we have no changes to the revenue outlook. Everything remains the same. With that, I guess I could say if we were having a more positive outlook, that would be good, but it's certainly there's nothing negative that we're seeing at this time, so we're moving ahead with the same sort of presentation. So I'll move us through these slides to talk about what's happening with the budget so that our public has a chance to see this in its full detail. We've made these assumptions about our budget. Again, as I pointed out at the first public hearing, we feel that what we're budgeting in our outlook is really taking into account all of the things that we feel will keep us in a positive outlook. So we're anticipating, as we've mentioned before, it's not on this slide, but our jail costs at what we truly anticipate it to be in the coming fiscal year. So as I've mentioned, we see this as a sustainable budget. We've budgeted in the support for the community development, to the development fee fund, as well as all of the rates that we are anticipating and have been told by our insurance providers and the wage adjustments necessary to fulfill our contract commitments as well as for independence. So this takes us to the revenue increases that now have been adopted by the previous ordinances in the consent agenda. The first is the public safety sales tax. So just to tell you where this will head now, the Office of the Chief of Police will work on the application to the Criminal Justice Training Commission, where they'll consider our application. Once we hear from that, Finance will move swiftly to make the application to the Department of Revenue. We still feel that we're on target to meet the July implementation of this, but we'll keep you updated as the progress of this goes. As a reminder, this revenue source, we're budgeting conservatively for a half a year at $1.5 million, and in the budget is to backfill with the REIT money, the real estate excise tax. A full year of collection on this new sales tax is estimated at $3 million. So we'll see that forecast in 2027, assuming everything moves along as we plan with the implementation of this. The next increase is the business and occupation tax increase. We are working diligently in Finance to get communication out to our business community. We're making plans to update our FAQ on the website. We'll do everything we can to answer business questions that come to us. I feel like we're in a position to support this well, as we're likely to get some questions as businesses do that initial filing come January. So I commit to you that Finance is behind this to answer phone calls personally and help our business community as they work through the changes to this. But we're on target to, based on your action, again with the consent agenda, to move this forward. Now, moving on to some of the parts of the budget, just as a review, and again, there are no changes from my last presentation. All of these enhancements are ongoing and included in the budget. Everything from the fire department bunker gear, as I mentioned, the increased jail costs so that we're better anticipating our costs in the budget, we feel, to sustain it on down through the $100,000 that will be an ongoing budget item for Ole Strong. Enhancements included the additional firefighter, the climate resilience coordinator. All of these were classifying as neutral. The firefighters offset by overtime. The rest are grant and other types of support from other jurisdictions. So these were, again, classifying as neutral to the budget. And then this last slide of enhancements are the grant-funded Energize Olympia Marketing and Outreach and the Sea Level Rise Collaborative, which is funded through support through other jurisdictions. So those are the neutral enhancements to the budget. Again, we bring you this slide that is the through the TBD fund and that sales tax, the 4-person sidewalk repair team. That'll be an ongoing part of the budget, and it's in here. We just want to highlight it because we've heard through Finance Committee and through our community that this is important, and as you heard in prior presentations by Transportation Director Stimson, they've worked hard to put this together to continue this important work for our community. So the estimated cost in the first year includes that equipment, so the ongoing cost is that lower number of $681,000. So just as a reminder, even though we have these revenue enhancements, these new taxes that I know were very difficult for council to consider, we took the approach through the city manager's recommended budget that we made some reductions in order to sustain the budget. These are the guiding principles for those reductions. Those are still a part of this budget. So even though there are tax increases in this budget, we have reductions again to balance and give us sustainability that we believe we won't be having to face in such a severe manner when we prepare the 2027 budget. So with these guiding principles for reductions, the reductions are listed here with their total amount that are being seen in the 2026 budget for a total of $1,284,593, and that brings our balancing position to zero. So without these reductions, even with those new revenues, we still had an out of balance position of over $1.2 million. So now to move on, at the last meeting where we had the public hearing, you had utility rates presented. I've included slides that are just highlights of all of these because these will be coming to you in the future then as you consider the ordinances for budget in December. So the utility rate proposal summary is here as part of the presentation tonight. Next are the general facility or GFC charges that we're including here, and you heard the presentation from those departments at the last presentation public hearing. So we're including them as a part of this so that the community has them again to view as well as you. The next is the transportation impact fees, that impact fee rate per trip. The proposed parks impact fees. And next, the title didn't show on this, but this is for the North Thurston Public Schools impact fee for 2026. The next slide is for the Olympia School District, and as was explained during the presentation, the Olympia School District has suspended their impact fee program for calendar year 2026 again. The proposed citation fees that are increased for the parking program. That takes us to the next steps. I alluded to this at the beginning. So we're having the second public hearing this evening. We'll meet with the Finance Committee tomorrow evening. So we'll take down any recommendations you have for us for changes or inclusions or deletions from the budget this evening. We'll make that presentation to the Finance Committee. They'll make a recommendation then. We'll bring it back to you next Tuesday on Zoom for final budget balancing, and then the budget will come to you for consideration along with the rates and fees in ordinance form in December. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. We also do not have anyone signed up. Is Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, no, you are correct. We don't have anyone signed up in person. We do have a virtual commenter signed up.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Any question? Yes.
I just want to add one thing. So I think last week you also had a discussion about additional capacity within the rental registry program. I didn't see that on Mike's slides. If it was there, I'm sorry, Mike, I missed it. But I just want to make sure that'll be on your slides for your final budget balancing that you'll see, because I think you had a discussion about that last week, and we're comfortable adding those positions there.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the council? All right, seeing none. At this time, I'm going to open. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
Sorry, you let me know if I'm out of order. You always do. So I just wanted to, I guess, speak it into the space. I know earlier during public comment, we had a commenter talk about the regressive nature of sales tax and also leaning on the business and occupancy tax. And so I just wanted to address that. This council has had many of conversations about that exact thing. We wrestled quite a bit with the business and occupancy tax and how we were going to bring that across. Was it going to be a increase all across the board, or are we going to do it differently? And with much conversation over a couple of different meetings, we were able to sort of strike a compromise and raise it up in all areas other than retailing and retail services. We raised it there too, but we raised it at a fraction of how much we raised it in the other areas, knowing that retail honestly takes the biggest hit from that. So we also were able to up the threshold of people that would be exempt from business and occupancy tax, and so that is something that probably many of us, but definitely myself, were found to be a win. So absolutely hear your comments about the regressive nature of these taxes, and I don't want to be too much for us, but we really wish we had other tools in local government, and we just don't at present. That's certainly something that will continue to be on our legislative agenda and continue to speak with our state representatives about, so that we can have more efficient, more equitable tools for local government to take action, so we don't have to keep on doing things as regressive as sales tax, knowing that there is a huge inequity just in the foundation of Washington State's tax base already. So we hear you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Vanderpool.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that you'll find when we get to the agenda item around the legislative agenda, that is one of the #1 items for, I would say, probably all of us, because we can't keep going down this path of regressive taxes, because it's just not sustainable into the future. It's hard to predict where we're going with sales tax and a B&O tax. I mean, God forbid a recession or something happens. And so that's the #1 item. And I think that's the #1 item for most cities and counties in this state, is the tax reform, so that we can make those changes and offset and lower back to a normal threshold. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Vanderpool. Any additional comments? All right, seeing none. I'm going to open the public hearing on the 2026 preliminary operating budget, utility rates, general facility charges, parking rates, and impact fees. So we do not have anybody signed up in chambers, but it is our custom that if there's anybody signed or excuse me, if there's anybody that wishes to testify in this hearing, now's your opportunity to do so. And I believe we have Justin Stang approaching the podium.
That's me. I'm Justin Stang for the record. Thank you. Yeah. I just wanted to clarify. I thank you for acknowledging my public comments from earlier. And I wanted to say that I appreciate and understand both the work that the council has put in over the last time wrestling with not only the sales tax and the B&O tax, but the regressive nature of those taxes. And I also appreciate that the tools in the toolbox that the council has are exceptionally limited. I think in my comments, I just wanted to emphasize that the long-term sustainability of going back to these tactics or strategies or limited tools will make it problematic if the scenario happens next year or the following year, simply because the manner by which we're able to reconcile the budget this year won't necessarily be the climate or the situation that moving forward we'll be able to continue doing. So I am grateful and appreciative, and I do understand what you all are working with. I'm just thinking down the road and in the long term that a more sustainable, less regressive plan, and certainly that does happen at the state level primarily. However, we have to play our role as well, and I thank you all for that opportunity, and thanks for the comment and clarification.
Thank you very much. So is there anybody else who is present in the chambers who wishes to testify at this time? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to the Mayor Pro Tem. I believe there's one virtual commenter.
Yeah, that's correct, Mayor. I'm not sure if this one is still with us, but I just want to call on them just in case. Jeffrey Blumenshine.
Jeffrey's not online.
Oh, I want to meet them even more. Okay, well, thank you so much, Stacy.
All right, well, if there are no other comments at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing on the 2026 preliminary operating budget, utility rates, general facility charges, parking rates, and impact fees. So that takes us to item 6A, which is the City of Olympia's 2026 draft legislative agenda items discussion. And we have Susan Grisham, who is our legislative liaison, who will be introducing our folks from Capital Path Consulting.
Thank you. Everyone's so tall. I don't know what's wrong with you all. Good evening, council members. For the record, I am Susan Grisham, here this evening as your legislative liaison to introduce our state lobbyist team, our new state lobbyist team, and discuss the city's 2026 legislative agenda, or legislative state priorities. Several months ago, the city issued an RFP for request for proposals, to identify a firm to support our priorities at the Washington State Legislature. After careful review and interviews, Capital Path Consulting was selected. The Capital Path team, Kyla Shekrick-Blair, principal, and Daniel Palethorpe, senior associate, bring extensive experience representing cities, strong bipartisan relationships, and a proven record securing funding and policy support in areas that include public safety, mental health, infrastructure, transportation, and more. They stood out for their readiness to begin immediately, proactive and tailored advocacy, and commitment to clear communication, strategic guidance, and year-round relationship building. This new lobbying team also gives us an opportunity to refresh how the city engages the state legislature. We're proposing that rather than presenting a finalized agenda to the 22nd legislative delegation in early January, as has been customary, that we meet in December to share preliminary items. This allows us to better understand the delegation's priorities before bringing a final 2026 legislative agenda to council for approval in January. This also gives our newest council member a voice in the process as well. This approach is particularly important as we prepare for a short legislative session and a statewide budget shortfall. By refining timing and focusing advocacy, the city can target the most impactful needs while laying the groundwork for the future. The draft priorities reflect what we have heard from individual council members and the executive team, but in no way represent a consensus. You'll notice that I have placed printed slides on your desk. The presentation has been updated to reflect an addition related to climate work. So tonight is an opportunity to ask questions, share concerns, and provide feedback. Staff are available to answer questions, and council members are encouraged to speak to any items that they have expressed interest in. Tonight, Kyla and Daniel will walk us through the upcoming session. They'll gather your input to ensure alignment as we work to finalize the agenda and share next steps. Finally, in support of our refreshed legislative strategy, we're proposing Olympia's first ever Day on the Hill. This event would provide the opportunity to meet directly with lawmakers and state officials, strengthen relationships, and highlight Olympia's priorities with enhanced visibility and coordination. I look forward to this discussion, and without further ado, I welcome Kyla and Daniel.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor and Council, good to see you again, Mayor. Susan, thanks for the great introduction. So because it's our first time, I'm going to go over a very brief, I know we've been here for a little bit, so I'll be brief in our introduction to Capital Path, but I just want to introduce ourselves. So I'll start. My name is Kyla Scarich-Blair, Principal at Capital Path Consulting. Prior to joining Capital Path, I was Chief of Staff at the Washington State Department of Commerce for 2 years. I've served as Patty Murray's Deputy State Director for a few years. I also did some work with the City of Seattle for Mayor Jenny Durkin as her Director of External Affairs. So I've got state, local, and federal experience to the table, and I'll have Daniel introduce himself.
Good evening, Daniel Palethorpe, and I just joined Capital Path Consulting last month. Prior, I've spent the last 2.5 years working also for Senator Patty Murray's office, and in that capacity, I covered Thurston County and the Olympic Peninsula and had the opportunity to work with many of you at the dais, and looking forward to continue to working with you.
Excellent. So, like I said, I'll be brief here. So Capital Path Consulting, we have 3 pillars to our firm. So obviously the state work. So Daniel and I, we do all the state advocacy and lobbying work for our clients. We also do federal advocacy and lobbying work. So John Colton, the other principal up there, does all the federal work. You'll notice a theme here. John worked for Patty Murray as well for 11 years. It's not a requirement, just a happenstance. But he does our federal endeavors. The third pillar to our firm is grant work. So what we do there is we support in grant writing as well as grant identification. So for municipalities, we'll look through your capital plan, your capital facility plan, as well as your transportation plan, and identify where there's opportunities at the federal level, the state level, and potentially philanthropic level, and create a grant matrix. So we're already in the process of doing that with Jay and Susan right now as well. Aaron runs our grant work, and then Marcy's our boss, keeps us in line and makes sure we're doing the work. Our approach, I'll talk quickly about our approach as well. With all of our clients, we strive for a tailored, individualized approach. We're not going to be kind of the cookie cutter, here's what all the other cities are doing, we're going to follow this method. We want to get into the nitty-gritty of Olympia, what's important to you all, and how can we be supportive. And we also want to see where there's ways to partner with legislators on real legislative change. So that's what you'll start to see in this draft legislative agenda. To Susan's point, still a draft. We're looking for feedback, we're open to feedback. We just want to put something out there for folks. So before we get into the legislative agenda portion, I'll just set the stage really quick. We are headed into a 60-day session in January. This is a short session. It's a supplemental budget, so we're not going to see a lot of funding opportunity, regardless if it was a good budget year or not. We're mostly just balancing the budget. I'll also note that it is an election year, so we have 122 seats that are up for re-election. I just put that out there. Sometimes folks are not as courageous on election years as they are in other years. Sometimes, yeah. But the entire House of Representatives will be up for re-election. While the margins are vast in the Senate and in the House, I just be cautious that it's an election year and folks sometimes vote differently. Finally, last session, we raised $9 billion in new revenue, which was great. That could play into if we see new revenue this year or not. We also extensively delayed programs last year in order to balance the budget. We'll see if those programs continue to be delayed and what happens there. So now the good part of the budget, or good part of the presentation, the good news. The governor's budget will be released by the end of December, so we'll see what that looks like. Most of the time, we'll see the governor's budget probably second week of December. This year, we're probably going to see it pretty close to the end of December, just given kind of the turmoil in the federal government and the revenue projections, and he'll want to know exactly kind of what he's headed into. The operating budget is going to be our toughest budget. Last session, we were in a $16 billion shortfall. We're looking at another $1 to $2 billion shortfall on top of that. This means no new operating requests and likely further cuts, further delays will be made in the operating budget. Senator June Robinson did send out an email to her Democratic caucus basically saying, don't ask me for money, there is no money, we're going to be cutting, is what she said. Tim Ornsby is the chair of the Appropriations Committee. He has not sent out anything written to my knowledge, but he said we're echoing the same sentiment to the caucus over there. Capital budget is usually in better shape. It will be in better shape, but it's still going to be challenging. Just it's a supplemental year, it's not as much funding. And I'll get to this in a minute, but we're going to see some creative fixes to the operating budget, which could impact the capital budget. In transportation, better than expected, but still not great, and they will look for revenue sources. I would see this more in contracting fees, et cetera, versus going out to taxpayers for those. The reality of the situation is with the federal cuts, we're going to see emergency backfills within the state budget. So whatever has been cut by the federal government, that's probably going to be one of their priorities to backfill, especially if it's an immediate emergent need. For instance, if SNAP isn't funded fully, they're going to backfill SNAP. Medicaid cuts, as well as early learning, Head Start is going to face a big deficit. They're going to look at those programs and say, okay, how do we fix those? What does that mean? That means, like I said, they'll get creative in what they're looking at for funding. I think we should go in eyes wide open that the Public Works account could be an area where they say, that's an interesting account, let me take some money from that, which then to municipalities, that's a big thing that municipalities then have to deal with because that's an account that you all rely on. And then continued further delays. New revenue this year, a lot of folks are throwing out progressive revenue, income tax. That is definitely on the table. There was a healthy dialogue, I would say, between the governor and the legislature last session about progressive revenue. I don't know how that plays out. And again, election year, I don't know where they land, but it is something that's back on the table. So before we move forward onto the draft agenda, so we had a conversation with the executive team, ran through some of their items that they have concerns with at the state, ways we can partner, things we can work on. I know we've seen your guys' ideas as well. So we'll just this isn't everything we heard, but these are like the buckets, themes that we heard. So we'll go over these really quickly and then we'll dive into the legislative agenda.
Great. So first and foremost, the Deschutes Estuary project was brought up by many folks and will continue to be, we expect, a priority from all of you. As was discussed just a minute ago, revenue, we heard a few different options here, including around a fire benefit charge, providing more councilmanic authority, progressive options as well. So that was a theme. Let's see if this, great. A very broad bucket of housing, homelessness, and infrastructure. So on tiny home villages, protecting operating funding there, also exploring opportunities to find alternative pathways around eviction so that does not end up on people's records long term. Protecting funding for key state initiatives, so this includes the Encampment Resolution Program, formerly the Right-of-Way Initiative, also the Main Streets Program, and then as just discussed, Public Works Board funding and the different accounts there. A few other in this bucket was providing infrastructure funding assistance to support affordable housing, so this would be the CHIP grant through Commerce is a very common one here. Allowing ADUs where HOAs currently prohibit them, and then making this retroactive as well. Funding sidewalk infrastructure, and then commuter rail as well, with the rebuild of the I-5 bridge over Nisqually. 2 technical policy extensions that were brought up from staff were the ability to form a second public facilities district, to extending that by a couple of years, and then also extending the annexation sales tax diversion program, which expires in 2028. A few other additional items to tracking, as Susan mentioned, on climate change and climate justice, predictable, stable Climate Commitment Act funding, and the opportunities for cities to access that at a reasonable level. Tracking House Bill 1380, which I think we're going to discuss in a minute, which deals with sit and lie ordinances, which was a big topic this last session. Also impacts HR rules for cities. This was brought up by staff, I believe, about anything that would impact how you folks operate. Protecting transportation funding for local projects. I believe 3 projects have been flagged for us so far. And then allowing for the creation of the Animal Services District as well, and then just tracking any additional fiscal impacts.
So we took that list, again, distilled it into things that we think are doable, action forward, that we can work on this legislative session. Again, everything's amendable. I would call this a living document to have a conversation with the 22nd LD. We'll know more. There's committee days the first week of December where we'll start to see where bills are starting to land as introductions come out. So again, this can be amended as bills come out. But obviously the Deschutes Estuary project is a top priority. Revenue, as you all discuss, how do we give local authorities more authority to decide their revenue paths is a big one. Housing and homelessness, supporting tiny home villages, protecting funding for key state initiatives. I think we're also seeing, because there's a cut in operating dollars, legislators are thinking creatively about how you can cut operating costs for housing and other programs in order just to save them money. If they can't provide money, how do we save them money for service providers? What that looks like, I'm still trying to figure that out. Let's see, the State Encampment Resolution Program, formerly the Right-of-Way Program, making sure that that doesn't get cut and that stays in place is going to be a high priority. And other ADU policies as well. CHIPS funding is a big one too. The infrastructure, let me go back to housing and homelessness. On 1380, I believe that will be back in play this year. I think that's where working closely with you all on how do we impact that legislation so that it works with your legislation and where's the partnership there, I think is going to be critical in that conversation. There's also House Bill 1195, which was permitting for emergency housing and shelters. That one will come back in play as well. And that's another one where I think we can work in partnership with legislators that are working on that bill, not necessarily the 22nd LD, but other legislators, so that we can grow our relationships that way as well. Let's see, the infrastructure, protecting the public works account, I think is going to be a big one. There's also the CURB, which is the economic development account, which will also be an important one for local governments to focus on. And then small business, we heard clearly that small business support systems should stay in place. And then on the CCA dollars, working on potentially developing a program where local governments could access those dollars to support their programs. I need to dig into that a little bit more. That was brought to us today, so I'll dig into that a little bit more. There were some grant programs previously, but what does that look like? I think the question is, what was useful out of those programs? What worked, what didn't work? And then how can we work together to improve those programs? That was there. And then finally, the technical policy extensions. These are good ones to identify local partners on with our local legislative district legislators to try and get these amended quickly. So with that, I would say, just reiterating, this is a living document. I think we wanted to bring some ideas forward to you all, get your feedback, and then continue the conversation as we build this out a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Kyla and Daniel. Welcome to the city of Olympia. We are very excited to have you on board and to start our working relationship together.
Thank you.
So welcome.
We appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah. Any comments from council? Yes, Councilmember Cooper, followed by Councilmember Madrone.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. I tried to go first because this won't be my agenda, so I wanted to get my comments in so you all could debate. But welcome. I want to echo that the city's fun to be a part of, and we're glad to have you as part of the family.
Thank you so much.
I love the idea, I don't know where Susan went. Is she behind you? Oh, there, okay. I love the idea of the lobby day and the preliminary agenda. In fact, when I thought of lobby day, immediately I thought of 60,000 people coming to the Capitol, not 1,500, right? So I think that's a conversation to have. But also, like, have we reserved the diagonals yet so we can bring all of our gear, right? Because it's a great opportunity to demonstrate and show what cities do in community right on the Capitol campus to the entire legislature. Yeah. And I haven't seen that before. Back trucks and all the things, right? So a couple of comments on the agenda. We've talked about this a lot over the years. It's a lot. There's nothing here I don't disagree with. I'm sure anything any of you said I would agree with. I think that in the time we're in, the environment we're in now, like we've been hearing a lot tonight, is if there was ever a moment to narrow it down, that's what I would suggest. And so for me, I work in threes, so I would ask that you consider a top three, which is first, do no harm. And I'll give two examples of that. One is during the Great Recession, the legislature swept a whole bunch of dedicated accounts, including voter-approved dedicated accounts, and moved them to what they called the near general fund, and never talked about them again. Those programs went away. They have yet to be talked about in state government since like 2008, 2010. Significant safety net programs. And then just right now happening because of the last session, and well, actually multiple sessions and multiple biennial budgets of mismanaging the model toxics control account, we learned this past week at the Olympic Region Clean Air Agency that we won't have hardly any money from the state or the federal government to regulate your air quality, which means that our only option is to increase the assessments to cities, right? And so to fund the work of regulating air quality, we have one mechanism left in that mismanagement. So do no harm means keep dedicated funds where they are, don't take the safety net apart, and et cetera, et cetera. The next thing is, and really 2 and 3 for me are the same, but I split them out. You have them both under revenue, but tax reform. So like if I could say the conversation that came up during the worker bill of rights debate, during the B&O tax and sales tax debate, is the number one problem in our state is we don't want to do this anymore. Stop giving us these tools, right? Fix it. And so turn it on its end, create the study or whatever you need to do to actually reform the system, and do the same thing for city and municipal revenue. So reform the city revenue systems and reform the tax system so that it will be more equitable for everyone. And specifically within the city, the 1% cap, obviously, and an abject absence of any dedicated fire and EMS funding for local government. And I think the one thing I want to say for folks who weren't part of the fire benefit charge, if you're going to open up that can of worms, you better have the simplest formula in the world to give the legislature to insert into the legislation, because it's not simple. It will never be with the way the current legislation is written. So again, I know there's a million things we could all agree on, but I think the thing that our constituents need the most is is equitability in what checks they're sending to the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cooper. Councilmember Madrone, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
Welcome. We're so happy to have you here. Really, really excited to go through this next legislative session with you. Excited to hear about some of the ideas that you're bringing forward. And I'm sure you're thinking about this already, but building relationships on behalf of the city of Olympia outside of the 22nd delegation, 2 of them came from here. They know us super well, and of course engaging with them, but also thinking about budget writers and other folks. So I know you know all that, but I just wanted to say that. Glad to hear from Councilmember Cooper that there's an interest in narrowing down our legislative agenda this year. I've always thought it's been a little bit too much, and it's hard for legislators to know what especially a 22nd delegation, like, what do you really want us working on? It's hard for you all to be like, okay, well, where do we, are we tracking this, or are we, how do we weigh in on this? And it's also, just generally easier for us and our constituents, for us to get very clear on what our ask is in a short session where there is not a lot to ask for. You know, when I look at this list, I'm like, okay, what on here is clear and actionable? And there's a lot on here that is not either of those two things. They're great ideas, and I think that there's long-term work that we could do around these things, like you know, partnering on developing programs for local governments using CCA funds so we can implement our climate mitigation plan. Yeah, let's do that. But let's look at, you know, not this session, but, you know, let's engage with the Association of Washington Cities and see what other cities are needing and build a coalition around that. So you know, when I look through what I've got in front of me here, you know, and I think about what the highest priorities are, you know, the Deschutes Estuary, right there at the top, where it should be. You know, there's funding needed to get us through the design and permitting. There was some money that was vetoed last session. Let's get that back. Plus the rest that we need, but you know, that's the low end. The high end is fully funding it. When it comes to revenue options for cities, I think the only clear and actionable thing that we could consider for next year is the increase on the levy lid, because that was something that got pretty close last session. You know, I'm really curious about what a local income tax could look like for local governments, but I think that's another one of those longer term things. You know, let's talk with other cities, let's build a coalition around that. Let's see if the state will act first, because they're going to act first on their own behalf anyway. So, you know, so I think that's one of the ones that we could build up towards. And then I'm looking at the protection of funding, particularly the encampment resolution program. We are very dependent on that one to maintain the services that we have. We pulled a lot of people off of state lands and into the city. Now, I've been misquoted on this, so I just want to be absolutely 100% clear. All these people were in city limits. We brought them off of state rights of way and into places where they had a roof over their head. We did not pull people from other jurisdictions because people were dangling dollars in front of us. That is not what happened, and I hope that the record will be corrected now that I have said that very thoroughly right here. That said, let's protect the encampment resolution program. And I'm keying in on protecting operational funding, not just for tiny homes, for transitional and permanent supportive housing. I think tiny homes are flashy, but you know, that's a little bit more broad than that. There's a part of the Regional Housing Council is working on a legislative agenda, and one of the things that we have on that list is an amendment that would allow a higher percentage from the home fund to go to operational support. I think it's capped at 35% right now, and you know the initial idea around that was like, we need to be building because we need the units, but right now we're seeing operational expenses skyrocket, and we're like, oh, we've built all these units and we are running out of money to operate them. So I think that is something that could be very clear and actionable, that we could work with one of our local representatives here to see if there's an appetite to get that amendment through in a short session, and I think a lot of local governments would really appreciate that. Again, there are other things on this list that I think would be really cool, but I think, you know, we should think about what's clear and actionable in a short session when there's not a lot to go around. What are the things that we could talk about building a longer term strategy around? And I also appreciate that you have some things on your list to monitor on our behalf, like HB 1380, the Sit Live stuff, because there were a couple things that popped up last year where we're like, oh, that's, you know, we're kind of on the leading edge of this, and this is not how we do it. So, you know, it's really important. You know, it's always great when the legislature is keyed in on these local issues, and it's also great when they know how it works on the ground and how the changes that they can make can complicate things for cities who have been working very hard on these issues for a long time. So, so that's my 2 cents, maybe 5 cents, you know, with inflation, on, you know, what we've got in front of us. But I do think that narrowing it down to, you know, what is clear and actionable for this coming session with our, you know, eyes on the prize, but also looking off to the horizon on the things that we want to build up to in coalition with other cities.
Yeah.
So, thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
I think we just got another example that while Councilmember Madrone has not worked for Patty Murray's office, she is qualified for this work. First, I just wanted to say welcome and thank you so much for choosing Olympia. The hiring panel chose you, and you could have said no, right? And you applied in the first place, and we love that. Even though we have a longer night than some nights, I do really appreciate that you took the time to introduce yourself and shared a little bit about your team. I love that you have a team of people as well. We haven't always contracted with folks that have whole teams, and so for me, that instills more confidence in this group. And just sharing a little bit about all of those people, right? I feel like I know a little bit about each one now. And any office that knows to respect the heck out of their business manager and any administrative staff, you will go far. Without those people,
it doesn't work.
That's a sinking ship. That's right. Don't ever tick them off.
Exactly.
So thank you so much. I really look forward to working with you and see how the many ways that you'll help us. A couple of things on the list. I don't want to reiterate too much of what you've already heard from us. I would also like to narrow quite a bit. I don't want to ask for any money whatsoever. No money.
Great.
And
except for the shoot estuary.
Yeah.
All right.
Order, Councilmember Madrone.
Now you're stealing my job. Out of order. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. And something that I just want to lift up is the progressive revenues, and so having more authority for other types of progressive revenues, or really any. And for me, raising the 1% cap on property tax growth, we have talked about that as a council for quite a while now, and I hope I won't shock anyone by saying that's without actually fixing the tax structure. It's just asking people for more money in the community. So I see that as one thing before the other. So progressive revenues, definitely. And then the other thing that we've already heard tonight is the expression of do no harm. And I did hear, maybe we'll hear from Councilmember Green later, but I did hear that Councilmember Green was expressing, as we were creating this list, expressing that, please don't, just the idea of not touching anything that the city is already working with, that would just make it harder for us, right? We're not asking you for any more money. Please don't make things harder on us, because we also are in a budget shortfall, and we're also impacted by things that are happening at the federal level. And so I agree with that, and so I just want to lift that up here. And then as well, I think Councilmember Gilman had this thought that I totally agree with, and would like to approach our meeting with the legislative, our LD22 legislative delegation when we meet with them. I really want to have less of a here's our wish list, and more of a let's have a conversation. What are you already working on, or what are you thinking you might work on, and how can, and hear from the city of would that actually help us, and what can we do to help you maybe shape something that you're already thinking of. And so I really love that. I think it's unfortunately very a breath of fresh air, because I think that that's how we should be approaching this anyway. Yeah, I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. We do want those grant opportunities, though, even though we say no money. Grants.
Yes, grants is yes.
Yes. Okay. So we have Councilmember Gilman, followed by Councilmember Green, followed by Councilmember Vanderpool.
Hello and welcome.
Hi.
yes to what the Mayor Pro Tem said, that I do believe that it's, with the long relationship we've had with our delegation, I don't know that it's valuable to come in with a fancy sheet with 10 items on it, especially like levy lid lift, a more equitable tax system that eschews estuary. They've known that across their careers before they came on to the legislature. So we're good. I think we're good there. I don't see as much of a need to narrow this as I see, because I don't want us to try to present or walk through this with each of our representatives. But I think it helps to guide what we track and what we advocate on across the session. And I want it to be flexible enough that if there are other attempts to preempt municipal local authority or other funding, grant funding that we've been depending on that's at risk, that we're able to respond quickly. So it feels like a time where we need to respond, because as there's less federal resources coming to the state, one of their reactions has been to put the baby Ruth in our pocket. And that's just, so anyhow, I would urge us to have a really simple, specific set of requests and I think each of my colleagues has laid out our highest priorities, but that this is a document that we work with you all and with Susan to see opportunities for advocacy or defense of resources that we're receiving now. Yeah. That's my 2 cents. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilman. Councilmember Green, followed by Councilmember Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. Hi, friends. Hi. It's so nice to meet you. Thanks for coming. And I was really excited to hear that you all wanted to partner with Olympia, so really looking forward to this session. Unlike my council mates, I want all the money. Okay. I mean, somebody has to ask for it, right? No. And get none. No, I agree with a lot of what has been said here. I think while all of this is worthwhile and wonderful and lovely, I think the reality, for anything is having that narrowed down list is going to get us far. But I have to assume that you also kind of keep in your back pocket sort of that I'll call it a secondary list, right? Of which of your clients are particularly interested in different things. And so one of the things that I think about that I would advocate for us to have on sort of that list of where can we partner, where can we support, one of the things that was an initiative on our ballot this year was around labor, the Workers' Bill of Rights. I know it's conversations in other cities as well nearby. And so one of the things that came to mind for me when we were having those discussions was some of what was being encouraged with that initiative was going to be extraordinarily difficult to do at a very local level. And so when I think about some of that, I wonder, would there be places or partners at the state level, whether it's legislators, whether it's other cities, whether it's labor groups, working on things like predictive scheduling, working on things like combating structures that keep people from getting, full-time hours, access to benefits, some of that kind of stuff. I feel like that's a place where we could, while I don't think it could rise to the top of our list based on what some of these other needs are, I certainly feel like it's a place where, it was really clear from the community that this is an important issue for us. So I think finding ways that we can partner or lift up that conversation, even if it's just going to start this session to be carried into the longer session. That's the only thing that I would love to see kind of added again on a, let's call it on a secondary list, because I think certainly the Deschutes estuary, the revenue, some of those other pieces are probably more essential just to our functioning as a city.
Great. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vanderpool.
Yeah, I mean, I have a couple thoughts to this. So for the most part, like our list, there are, of course, I could always make a longer list. I've known to be someone to do that. I think progressive revenue is always top of mind. I mentioned this earlier, especially councilmanic revenue. The ability for a city or a council or a county to do it on their own is super important, because the state could do the changes themselves and then do nothing for counties and cities. And so I always want to specify the need for it to be for us to be able to do that, because we know we have lists of projects that we have created over the years that would make great improvements in the city of Olympia. We just don't have the revenue to do them, and so it takes a long time to do them in. And so the ability for us to pursue progressive revenue will help us move a lot of that stuff forward. To that said, I like what I'm hearing about the adjacent items, opportunities that I'm hearing about, maybe having having our short list, but then also having a longer list of items that, if they ever become bills or adjacent bills or become available, we're notified so that we can go and testify for it or support or talk with those legislative members. Because occasionally an item will pop up and it may not go very far, but if they know someone locally, elected official or someone supports that, then the next year and then the next year and next year it builds. And so I like the idea of having the one brochure list that's easy, comprehensible things that we need, but then also having a longer list of items that if an adjacent bill comes about, we can go talk with them.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. So, couple things. I think the Deschutes Estuary project, revenue, housing, and homelessness, stabilizing our funding for that for operations those are the essentials, based on what you have in front of us tonight. I will say, while I appreciate the discussion around pursuing more progressive revenues, I think that is a highly politically charged conversation that is not likely to be addressed in a 60-day session and probably is going to take years. So for me, realistically, I do think that raising the 1% on the property tax cap is more urgent for cities to be able to address their budget shortfalls. We know that I believe as soon as 2029, we're going to start seeing more issues because of inflation with our budget again. And so we need to have some sort of mechanism to be able to address that. And so that is the priority, I think, realistically, at least in this short session, because it's been several years now that this has been something that's come back over and over again. I do realize that it sounds like we're having a conversation about allow us to keep taxing more. And I want to be clear that the whole reason for that is because we want to get to a place where we don't have to tax as frequently, and that's why we're asking for the progressive revenues in that approach. But unfortunately, this is something that's been a conversation for a long time. But I'm not saying it shouldn't be on our agenda. I'm just saying that I think it's something we have to manage expectations around, I guess is what I'm saying. Can you talk to us about, so for those things that aren't, our top three or what have you, how you intend to help us move all of the other things forward that we care about if they're not on our legislative agenda?
Yeah, so I think that's where if we have kind of our list one and then list two, we provide weekly reports that are tailored specifically to each client. So if there are things that you all want to focus on, maybe it's in that list two and that list one, we'll create a weekly report from the legislature so you can sort of monitor like, oh, okay, this is what's happening on climate bills, or this is what's happening on AI technology, or whatever it might be. And then from there, we also create tailored bill tracking sheets. So then that's where we can identify, if there's a specific bill that's really interesting, or a specific bucket of bills that is one council member's focus, we can say, hey, here are the bills that are coming up, here are the hearings, let us know what you need, we can sign you up for testimony, we'll write your testimony, we'll do everything we need to do so that you can plug and play, go to the Capitol, be able to testify, be able to take a position, and make it as easy as possible for you all and for the city to do so. So I think there are ways that we can track both on the bill side as well as the hearing side, and on just the kind of movements throughout session that we're hearing, so that we can make sure you all are staying engaged and up to date without having to be at the Capitol every day, and without it being our number one priorities at the same time.
Okay, thank you. Yes, City Manager Bernie.
Yeah, just to that question, Mr. Mayor, I also want to highlight this last bullet that's on their list under long-term, and it's something that we've talked about is not just having a strategy for during session, but a post-session strategy and working throughout the year. So I heard a couple of things mentioned about building coalitions on items that might take longer than what we can do in a 60-day session. That's work we can start to do outside of the session and start to work on some of those things so that maybe they become more ready for a future legislative agenda even next year. So we've had that conversation with them as well, this want to kind of work outside of session as well. And so I'm excited to do that work with them this year too, and I think you will be.
Yeah, and that's where, thank you. That is where the partnerships and relationships are so important. Like obviously the 22nd LD is your guys' people. You can go to them at any time. But how do we look at, like to your point, the budget directors and the budget writers, both on the Republican and the Democratic side, and talk to them about the specific needs? I think there's opportunities to look at that secondary list and say, well, we can provide feedback to this bill. This is something we care about. It's not our number one priority, but we can provide feedback and go sit down with a member of the legislature that we don't traditionally interact with, and that's where we would identify those opportunities. In the same respect with agencies, as they're implementing those bills, that's another place, right? They need to understand how the implementation is impacting municipalities, and so if there are areas we can lean into on that, again, might not be our first top priorities for our legislative agenda, but there are things that are impacting the city. We can go talk to those agents, talk to ecology, talk to commerce, talk to whomever about, hey, when you implement these policies, here's how it's impacting us, and try and have a conversation with them about that, which then could lead to legislation down the future. So,
thank you. I do appreciate the comments made too about meeting with our 22nd legislative delegation and finding out what they're working on, what are their priorities. And how we can work with them to support those, particularly if they benefit us. But I also just want to stress for council that it's still our legislative agenda. So it's not the 22nd LD's legislative agenda. I really want to commend them because even though we had that really long list last year of legislative ask, we fared pretty well given where we were with the state's budget last year. And so I don't think that necessarily that in the grand scheme of things, how long our list is determines whether or not we're successful or not. So I just also want to be clear about the conversation that we're having. But I do think it's helpful to just, when you hear City of Olympia, you can rattle off what those things are that are important to us, and I think that's kind of the main point. Okay. I also just want to make sure that we're able to seek out those grant opportunities, as I said. So my understanding is that you're reviewing our capital facilities plan. And any particular projects that there are grant opportunities, would love, obviously, to be notified about those opportunities so that we can seek them out.
Yeah, definitely. So what we traditionally do is we actually just yesterday wrapped up a draft. So we'll share it with Jay and Susan. And then those are 90-day outlooks, essentially, of upcoming grants that the city can apply for specific projects. We can narrow that list down in partnership with staff and others. And then we do a monthly update every month, so that we'll have the next round of grants on that we know about that are coming out. And then we can identify where the opportunities are and go through how heavy of a lift is it, is the juice worth the squeeze, et cetera. And then also set up meetings when appropriate with agency staff before the grants close, so that we have an opportunity to talk to them about it, or if we know one's coming up, well, let's meet with Commerce and have a conversation with them about the work we're doing so that it's fresh in mind for them as well as they receive those grants. So we'd look for opportunities, and that's part of the kind of year-round lobbying that we do is on that end as well.
Okay, well, thank you. That's all I've got. Are there any additional comments? Yes, Councilmember Madrone.
Yeah, I just want to appreciate where it seems like we have very similar sentiments as a council in terms of like narrowing down like the top three, but also having that list in the back pocket so you can be scanning for things that you know are of interest to us. And also that playing defense when there's a bill that pops up, it's like, ooh, but, you know, Susan is there, so you can be like, hey, how would this work out for the city of Olympia? And I'll also just say, just because AWC likes something does not mean that we do. So do not go willy-nilly signing us in pro just because AWC is asking cities to. We agree with them on some things, other things we don't. So just want to make sure that's clear.
Yes, message received, and not the only municipality that does that. So I would just really quickly say next steps. We'll set up a meeting with the 22nd, just as kind of a pre-session, breakfast, what have you. So we're working on scheduling that right now, working with Jay on the Deschutes Estuary conversations with ecology and others. Planning the Olympia Day on the Hill, that's where we would broaden out, obviously, our engagement with other legislators. So depending on where we land on that short list, if there are things that are happening on the secondhand list, then we can set up those meetings. And then the engagement plans, same story. We want to work with you all on who are the right people in the room. There are people who have sometimes message better to specific legislators. So building that out of what does that look like as we set up those meetings and work with you on the engagement. And then a long-term post-session interim plan as well. So.
Great.
Cool.
Well, thank you both.
Thank you.
And I wish that you have an easy, short session.
Thank you. To be determined, but thank you.
Yes, may it be so.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
All right, good night.
Good night.
Okay, so before we move on to our next agenda item, we have been going at it for 2.5 hours now, so we are going to take a brief recess for 5 minutes, and we'll return at 8:35. Come on back. All right. Go ahead and come up. Okay, so we are back. We're going to go ahead and, before we carry on with the rest of our business, I need a motion to amend the agenda because we are going to remove, well, if we vote for it, we will. But I'm proposing that we remove the closed session to next week's agenda over Zoom. Do I have a second? A motion and a second.
So moved. Second.
Okay. All those in favor of adopting the agenda as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, so we will move on to item 6B on our agenda, which is the approval of the resolution accepting the updated draft of the housing chapter of the Olympia 2045 Comprehensive Plan. And we have Casey Schaffler, our Associate Planner in Community Planning and Development, presenting tonight. Hi, Casey.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, members of council. For the record, my name is Casey Schaffler. I'm an Associate Planner with Community Planning and Economic Development. I will be very briefly updating you on some changes in the chapter since you last reviewed it at a study session back on October 14th of this year. So the two chapters, or the two updates in the chapter before you for consideration are with the resolution for acceptance includes these two changes. The changes are a revised displacement map and revisions to address reparative justice as requested and discussed at that study session. So the displacement map has been revised and simplified. It now just shows the measurable displacement risk weighted in 3 categories as low, medium, or high risk across the city and the urban growth area. The previous version also included a layer that depicted demographic and market change. That was removed because that layer only noted that significant change was occurring without specifying the type or direction of those changes being gentrification, home values up or down, or changes in age or ethnicity in the census block area. So it's still valuable information, but it's really hard to cram really complex data and honestly data that we're still trying to make heads or tails of. So rather than kind of muddy the water and the understanding of that map, we just broke it down to the displacement risk. And that data is based on census tract level data, as well as data from the American Community Survey and the Washington State Department of Commerce. And I will put in here that, as a reminder, findings from our disparity and displacement analysis indicate that Olympia is at an increased risk from physical displacement, and that is displacement as a result of eviction, acquisition, rehabilitation, or demolition of property, or the expiration of covenants or rent or income restricted housing. So you'll note that not all of the map is depicting this as even a minimum low-risk displacement. That's not to say that there aren't things happening. One of the demographic and market change layers that kind of made this confusing prior is that there was a lot of overlap in what we saw as significant changes in market value or demographic changes. So we are still seeing things happening in the kind of the blank sections, but they're not necessarily at significant risk or low risk of what we consider our displacement or physical displacement in those areas. So moving on from there, we did include 2 new narrative paragraphs within the chapter, one largely coming from the Housing Action Plan, and the other based specifically upon the language that was included in Resolution M2576, which was the reparations declaration or statement, excuse me. A new policy was added under Goal 2, specific to reparative justice and black home ownership within the City of Olympia and its urban growth area, and that is, excuse me, not in the urban growth area necessarily, and that was that is provided here in full. So this is a new policy under Goal 2. So with that, I'm getting right to the point. Those are the changes that we have in the chapter before you this evening. I am requesting that City Council accept the chapter, or accept the resolution accepting the chapter. And I would also note that we are anticipating coming back before Council with all of the chapters, the entire comprehensive plan in December. So this is a suggested motion to accept the chapter as provided, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Casey. Any questions from council? Councilmember Gilman.
Casey, thank you so much for the simplified map.
Yeah.
I can make sense of that. I appreciate that a lot. Can you help me recall the disparity and displacement analysis you're referring to? Is that within the assessment of fair housing? That's the Thurston County housing report?
That's the, so we have the housing needs assessment, which was through our Thurston Regional Planning Council, and then we had the consultant that prepared the actual displacement analysis. So those are 2 different documents.
So it's the housing needs assessment several years ago, and then we have the fair housing assessment that's the like 23 to 27 plan or something. But this is a 3rd consultant study that we had.
No.
I'm just wondering where does it live? Where would somebody look up this disparity and displacement analysis?
So that will be included as one of the for additional information. So that document will be included within the chapter as an embedded document along with the TRPC document. So apologies that that's not necessarily reflected, but we will have, and actually that's an update even on the public safety chapter. We just went through and put in the, for additional information, see these documents. So we'll have the TRPC analysis and the displacement analysis linked within the chapter.
So the comp plan will be the place to go look for it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Casey.
All right, any additional questions or comments for Casey? Seeing none. Thank you very much for taking the feedback from the study session and incorporating it. And thank you again to the council just for your support of the reparations resolution. And it's really nice to see that we are taking action once again based on that resolution that we passed and including it in our comprehensive plan as it states that we would. So I appreciate that we're doing, once again, delivering on a promise of something that was written explicitly in the resolution. And the comprehensive plan is a vision and values document. So I'm just actually moved to see that language in the comprehensive plan, and I think it's a big deal. Thank you. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
Yeah, just a note for the mayor, as far as including reparations in this. I hope you know that this council has got you and your people. And also, thank you so much for, just the courage and the willingness to bring it up. And Casey, I know you're trying to be brief because it's the end of the night. You always wait so long to talk with us, and I just wanted to say thank you so much for your work. And when you're thrown things, you don't hesitate to find ways to incorporate it and make sense of it. And just really appreciate you bringing it here for us and all of the work that this has gone into this.
I appreciate that. And I will say that this is a chapter I'm pretty proud of. Started at the city working with the homeless team, working with Amy Buckler, Stacy Ray, and the housing team over a number of years. So I'm very happy to be bringing this to the finish line, hopefully.
Thank you. All right, so with that, I need a motion to approve the resolution accepting the updated housing chapter of the Olympia 2045 Comprehensive Plan. Yes, Councilmember Madrone.
You should be proud, Casey. So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Casey.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, so we're going to move on to item 6C on our agenda, which is the approval of an ordinance adopting the Missing Middle Housing Code amendments. And we have Joyce Phillips, our planning manager, who is presenting tonight. Hi, Joyce.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. It's nice to be here tonight. For the record, I'm Joyce Phillips, Long Range Planning Manager in Community Planning and Economic Development. Tonight, I will give an overview of the middle housing proposal, and I'm going to try to balance it to include some of the background information, highlights of the process we went through, and cover what was included in your proposal that's before you tonight. I'm going to try to distill 18 months worth of work into 15 minutes or less, but bear with me, there are a few things to go over. The documents that I'll be referring to tonight are included on our project webpage and more. It includes the state legislation, the draft code language, identification of the policy decision points that we came across and how we reacted to those and why, outcomes of the community survey on the topic, and more. The work addresses code amendments to implement the new state requirements for housing. Under the state law, if the amendments to address these requirements are not adopted by the end of this year, the state's codes and model ordinance will supersede local codes. And that's not something you see in new legislation very often, so we were well poised to get this far this quickly. The first draft was issued in January of this year. A public hearing draft was issued in June after soliciting public comment and feedback on the proposal. A few additional revisions were made in the August 5th public hearing draft in response to some of the questions that were raised by staff as they were looking at how they would go about implementing certain provisions. The Planning Commission held a public hearing in August. It began its deliberations in August, but finalized its recommendation to Council at its meeting in September. The Land Use and Environment Committee considered the proposal and the Planning Commission's recommendation at its October 23rd meeting, and the committee recommended approval of the proposal with the revisions recommended by the Planning Commission. As soon as the harmonization work around middle housing was completed in 2024, staff began this work in earnest. We reached out to participants from prior similar housing projects to inform them of this project and invite their participation. We began sending out e-newsletters and emails to all parties of record to help get the word out. We created information sheets to help people understand what these bills would require in Olympia, because a lot of the provisions in the bill we had already addressed, so we only wanted to focus on what was new. We developed a frequently asked questions document that we posted online, and we updated it and reposted it after our Q&A session we had with the public. Other ways that we informed the public about the process and invited participation was through a utility billing insert, a community questionnaire that was open for 6 weeks, use of social media posts, and through public meetings and presentations. The draft focuses primarily on the middle housing requirements, but because related bills for accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, and co-living housing would also amend the same sections of code, we decided to address all 4 housing bills at the same time. In addition, we also included amendments to our subdivision code to allow for unit lot subdivisions, which is also a new requirement. Copies of the primary bills are included on the webpage, and I shared the bills rather than links to the RCWs or the state laws because it's a little bit easier to see where new requirements are added, and the bills also include the legislative findings, which don't usually get codified in the statutes. Many of the state's new requirements for accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, are already addressed in our code. However, we still needed to make a few changes. We will need to allow 2 ADUs per lot and to expand where ADUs are allowed. Currently, we only allow them with single-family detached homes, and we'll be allowing them with a principal unit or any existing residential structure. We currently have a maximum size for ADUs of 850 square feet, but that will have to increase to at least 1,000 square feet under state law. And although we do not currently charge more than 50% of the impact fees for an ADU than we would for a single-family home, we added a proposed revision to the code to state that, since that's also a new requirement as well. ADUs will still be limited to a maximum building height of 24 feet when they are not attached to the primary residence. A paved, well-lit pathway to the entrance of the ADU will be required, and parking will be allowed but is not required, and design standards will be applied in the infill design review district, and historic preservation standards will still apply in historic districts and on designated historic properties. Co-living housing is what we call in our code currently single-room occupancy housing. It's sort of like a boarding house type of situation. Our code calls it single-room occupancy. We're updating that to meet the state's language of co-living housing. And we are required to allow it on any lot located within an urban growth area that allows at least 6 multifamily residential units. And there's also some pretty specific requirements that we've addressed in this set of proposed amendments, including how sewer connection fees are calculated, how density and parking issues are addressed, and then also around how we do some of our land use review and tree protection measures. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. Middle housing is where the majority of these proposed changes are located, and you'll see that in your very lengthy packets for this evening. It includes amendments to the definitions, and it also includes amendments to address something called unit lot density, and we'll talk a little bit about that on the next slide. There are also several processing standards that have to be revised because the city has to use the same process and standards if someone proposes to build a single-family home on a lot or if they're proposing to build middle housing units on that same lot. So these changes will impact how we do our design review process, and it will also address how we do land use review and how we address tree protection. And so we haven't changed the provisions around tree protection. We've just increased the number of units for when you would need to provide a separate set-aside area for the soil and vegetation protection area. But the minimum tree units remains the same. And so there's lots of details I can get into, but I'm going to try to keep it high level, and if you have questions, just let me know. I'm going to talk a little bit about more of these over the next couple of slides. So unit lot density is a different way of looking at density for Olympia and probably almost every city in the state. It's about the number of units that are allowed per lot, regardless of the lot size. And how many units are allowed per lot varies in the law, and the minimum requirements are based on the population of the city. So Olympia is technically a Tier 2 city, but this proposal is designed to meet Tier 1 city requirements. And hopefully that will start to make a little more sense over the next couple of slides. A few other things to be aware of around unit lot density is that technically accessory dwelling units are not considered middle housing. And so we have a provision in this ordinance that says ADUs will count towards the total unit lot density that is allowed on every lot. And then also Senate Bill 5258 modified the state subdivision law to require cities to allow something called unit lot subdivisions. And this will allow the subdivision of existing units to be sold independently from each other as long as the development standards for the parent parcel are satisfied. This includes ADUs and middle housing units, and the outcome will be somewhat similar to what can already be done through a condominium process. So it's intended to encourage more home ownership. Most of the revisions are required to implement changes in state law, but there are certain decision points where there was like wiggle room to decide which way we wanted to go in the proposal. So we used earlier input from the Land Use and Environment Committee from back in August of 2024 and conversations with Council and the Land Use and Environment Committee over the last few years to help us address this. We also looked at guidance from the Washington State Department of Commerce. The community survey questions that we had available for community members to respond to specifically focused in on these decision points so we could get a better understanding of what community members who participated in the survey were thinking about these areas where there was more room to make changes if we needed to. The policy choices used in the first draft remained in place throughout the public hearing drafts, and most of the policy choices are around meeting the Tier 1 city requirements, using locally defined frequent transit routes rather than the state's defined major transit stops, counting ADUs towards the total number of units allowed, retaining a maximum size for accessory dwelling units, eliminating the maximum number of stories that are allowed and instead relying on the maximum building heights that are allowed in each zoning district, reducing the minimum setbacks in some zoning districts, as well as allowing a slight increase in impervious surface coverage in some zones, while still using low impact development stormwater measures. So under the state requirements, cities fall into tiers based on their population. Olympia is technically a Tier 2 city with a population just under 5,800. But if you look at the 58,000. That sounded really low. But if you look at the population of the city limits and our urban growth area, we're projected to meet the population threshold of a Tier 1 city by year 2030. And we typically, as long-range planners, look at the city limits and the urban growth area. I'll show you the population projections on the next slide, but the reason this matters is because the number of units allowed on a residential lot is different depending on which category your city is in or uses. So our draft was written to satisfy the unit lot density of a Tier 1 city, and that's because we are looking at including the urban growth area as well. Assuming these amendments go into effect by 2026, that's only 4 years until we would have to amend the code again if we look at the city limits and the UGA, or if we were to annex portions of the urban growth area, that would potentially bring the city population above 75,000. But primarily it's an option to help us address the statewide housing crisis that we're in, which reflects back to the findings in the bills that the state passed. I point this out because these are policy decision points and it exceeds the state's minimum requirements for a city of our size. So Thurston Regional Planning Council is the entity that prepares the forecast information we use for our planning purposes. The most recent information shows our population at about 57,450. The population projections show that within the city and the urban growth area, we will exceed Tier 1 city requirements by year 2030. But if we look only at the city limits, we won't meet Tier 1 city requirements even by year 2045. So I'm pointing all of this out because I want you to realize that it is a policy decision that was made in the crafting of this ordinance. We've proposed to amend zoning provisions to allow 4 units per lot in the city and up to 6 units per lot if within half a mile of a frequent transit stop, or if at least 2 of the units are for affordable housing for a period of at least 50 years. Additionally, we propose using frequent transit routes rather than the state's definition of major transit stop. And that's also a policy decision point. There's no transit stop in the city limits or within Thurston County that meets the state's definition of a major transit stop. And we're proposing to use a half mile rather than a quarter mile. And that's because this is the frequent transit route information and the half-mile distance as we use them in our parking code. And so that's why that choice was selected. I'm almost done. The Planning Commission recommendation letter is included in your packets. This slide summarizes the Planning Commission and Land Use and Environment Committee recommendation, which is reflected in the ordinance that's before you this evening. The recommendation is to approve the proposal with a few modifications. So striking the design review requirement for single-family and middle housing residences for properties that are not located in the infill design review district. Increasing the building height in the lower density residential zones from 35 feet to 40 feet. 2 of the 6 low density zones are already at 40 feet and the other 4 are at 35. Update the rear yard setbacks for structures to be 10 feet from the rear property line and retain a 5-foot rear yard setback for ADUs when the property line does not abut an alley. Reduce the minimum site size for manufactured or mobile home parks, and add notes to the face of the plat maps for unit lot subdivisions. And that's to address a new bill that passed earlier this year after the first draft came out. So I also wanted to include this slide to point out that just because something is allowed doesn't mean it will actually fit on every lot. Most of the lots within the city already have some form of development on them, and working around all of that can be quite challenging. There can be constraints like easements or critical areas buffers or existing development on the lot. There's often large trees or garden areas that people want to preserve. So regardless of the type of development that is allowed or proposed, the city will not issue permits until the applicant can demonstrate compliance with the code requirements, and that includes zoning, building codes, fire protection, and the engineering standards for access and utility connections. It's worth pointing out that the applicable standards and the process for review and permitting will be the same whether or not the property owner chooses to build a single-family home, to add an ADU or 2, or if they choose to build middle housing. So with that, I offer a proposed motion for City Council this evening. Move to adopt the middle housing code amendments. I'm happy to take any questions or try to respond to any comments or questions the council might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Any comments from council? Councilmember Madrone.
At the risk of making Joyce shed a tear.
It could happen.
I just want to offer some sincere compliments for the work that you've done on this. This came to Land Use Committee 3 times, 4 times. It came very early in the process saying, here's what we have to do. What else do you want us to be thinking about as we're opening up this body of code? So came to us early on, came to us again and said, hey, we're about to do a community survey. What do you want us to be asking the community as we continue along this process? And everything that she has presented to us has been extremely clear. I don't know if you guys got a chance to look through the 46 pages of survey stuff, but like the way that she organized it for us so that we didn't have to read a full 46 pages, but we could understand the community sentiment on it was just extremely well done. And it's, you know, we are buttoned up against a deadline here, and there's the comp plan going on and the whole budget process, but she has helped continue to move this process forward, extremely responsive to the Land Use Committee, to the Planning Commission, to the public. And so I just really want to appreciate all of the work that you have done on this. It's a significant body of work. It's incredibly important. Yeah. And, you know, what we have in front of us, you know, yes, it brings us into compliance with new state laws, which is always important, but let's not forget that the city of Olympia was the first city in the state of Washington to legalize middle housing across the entire city. And we don't want to fall into a place where like, oh, well, now we just do things when the state tells us to. Like, no, we want to be on the leading edge constantly. And so that's what you see reflected in this proposal is we're making the necessary changes and we're looking out to the future. We don't have enough net housing now, so, and a lot of our area is built out. So how can we give the kind of flexibility we need across the city to be able to do that kind of gentle infill in neighborhoods so that people can, still feel good about where they live while making space for other people? So I'm very proud of this work. I know the Planning Commission dug in on this, and I think that they feel proud of this work as well. And I'm just, eager to hear any comments or questions you all have. But and it was also just, I remember middle housing, pre-2020, 2018, 2019, when there was a really divided community over this. And this evening, we saw that in the survey. Some people still feel some trepidation about this, but to have it come to this place in the process and have, a handful of people coming to us saying, yes, let's do this. This is the next step. That just shows me how far we've come as a city, as a community, and I'm just very proud of all this work, and I just really want to appreciate Joyce for leading it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Madrone. Councilmember Gilman, followed by Councilmember Cooper.
All of that praise. Yeah.
I'm not retiring yet.
Not retiring yet. No, I'm sure we've got plenty to keep you busy. Yeah. Although I think it's also reasonable to delegate the translating all this into communications for the community, and you can say, okay, people, I did all this heavy lifting. Let's translate it so people can do the path that you described a couple slides back of what is the pre-development planning and that path. I have one tiny thing. I've sort of reconciled about the half mile and the transit routes, but the map does not reflect the May 2026 proposed dramatic reimagining of one 15-minute corridor from College on Martin Way to Capitol Mall and then Capitol. But besides that T, the other neighborhood serving loops won't be at 15-minute service. So that would be nice before we publish it. I know the board hasn't acted yet at Intercity Transit to adopt it, but it's imminent. So just that balance.
I appreciate that comment, and the questions around tying something to transit in our zoning code comes up every time. Mm-hmm. We do update this map. This is actually even different than the first time you saw it when we adopted it with the parking code. And so Intercity Transit, I believe they are still on twice a year updating their service. Is it twice a year?
So they've put off for a few months what was going to be the big spine and loops redesign, but now it's scheduled for May, I believe.
Mm. Yeah. We do update this map at least once a year, if not twice.
Great,
so,
great.
Yeah, just it's always kind of reassuring. And then, what else was I going to say about this map? Just that it is different than the first time you saw it with parking, because I don't believe back then Capitol had the 15 minutes.
Well, and if I mean, just really briefly, the difference is even though you've included the routes, and so by including the routes rather than the 15-minute stops, you included pieces of neighborhoods where there's less frequent service but the same numbered route that had 15-minute service along it. And it'll be more the spines that will have 15-minute if the proposal is approved for. So it'll be basically our high-density corridors and at any rate, thank you so much for the work, and I was just looking at that map and thinking, that's going to change.
It will change.
Yeah.
I lost my in at Intercity Transit, too, so
I
don't
know.
follow it as closely anymore.
That's a tough break. Thank you, Joyce.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cooper, followed by Councilmember Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. Joyce, I realized that when I was getting ready for the meeting that I forgot a question at Land Use and Environment Committee, and that's around the urban growth area implementation. So there have been times when it's taken a decade for the county to implement our policies or more in the urban growth area. And so can you talk to us a little bit about this deadline and what the implications are of working under the state overlay in the UGA for a minute to 20 years until the county gets to it, unless we have an expedited path for this that you would love to tell us about that we haven't heard about yet.
We do have on their docket that they will be, so the county has been working diligently on their own comprehensive plan update. They've also been working to do the update to the joint plans with each of the cities. And so Olympia's joint plan was adopted a year or two ago, I believe. And they will also, once they've got all of the cities' joint plans done, they'll be coming back to focus on updating all of the development regulations. There is generally a pretty decent lag between what the city adopts and when the county's codes get updated. They are aware of that, and they are trying to make that lag shorter. But my understanding is that it's still on the docket they have paused as they're trying to complete their own comprehensive plan update as well. But it's in the works from what I understand. And part of the delay was so that the cities could complete their middle housing work. And then, so we have the joint plan, that's the long-range plan for the urban growth area. And all of the permitting and authority for permitting lies with Thurston County outside of the city limits. And they have a different code that is applied to the urban growth area than the portions of the county that are not urban. And so there's anticipation that this will be adopted by the county for the Olympia urban growth area. It may still take a year or two.
So are there any unintended consequences of that we should be looking at? I mean, that's not the right word, but you know what I mean? Like within the state overlay compared to what we're doing, kind of the Olympia way, staying on the cutting edge, as Councilmember Madrone said, I don't know, I'm just wondering if there's an emergency path or not to get things done faster.
You know, I think the county is well aware that the cities would like, all of the cities have expressed an interest in having the codes updated in a more timely manner. We're all in the midst of our comp plan updates and the middle housing work. I think that the anticipation is that they will adopt it within the next year or two. We do have a memorandum of understanding with the county and the cities around applying the city's codes within the urban growth area. Having that actually come to pass in a very, very timely manner has been extremely difficult, but it is something that we all still work towards. I do think it'll be at least a year or two.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And yeah, we'll just see, but I'm glad to hear that it's in the hopper already. So.
They have mentioned it. I have not spoken with county staff on the development regulation updates for several months now, but it was something that they were including in our conversations.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Vanderpool.
I'm exceedingly excited about this passing. It feels like it's, for me, just being on council the last few years, it feels like the thing that's been going on for the entire time I've been here. And so I am very excited about this. I'm thankful for all the work you've done and staff has done around this. This is, it's incredible to see this moving forward and getting all these changes done and hopefully starting to see that work get implemented in the city, because we need to meet our housing needs, and the more we do to allow that, the better we'll be as a city going into the future. And so I'm ready to motion when everyone else is. Yeah. Motion. Yeah, I motion to adopt the middle housing code amendments.
Second.
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you so much, Joyce, for all of your work. Thank you very much. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our final business item on the agenda, which is the approval of a resolution accepting the Climate Action and Resilience chapter of Olympia's 2045 Comprehensive Plan. And we have presenting Dr. Pamela Braff, our Director of Climate Programs, along with Natalie Weiss, who is our Climate Resilience Coordinator.
Thank you, Council. For the record, Pamela Braff, Director of Climate Programs. I know we talked to you about this in a bit more depth a couple weeks ago at a study session, but I do want to remind you all what you're taking action on tonight. So we'll move through it quickly, but just want to kind of touch the high points here. Just a quick reminder, there are really 3 goals with the climate element or the climate chapter. One is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. One is to prepare and adapt to current and future climate impacts. And then the last one is to really make sure that in all of that work, we're maximizing co-benefits and prioritizing environmental justice in all of that work. So Olympia 2045, this is the first time that we have a climate element as a part of that work. And so this is just one of many chapters. One thing that's a little bit different about the climate chapter, though, is that it's integrated across all of the chapters. So as you've noticed, there are, and we'll start to notice more, there are going to be climate policies throughout. You'll see the policy and then little parentheses that says climate, which is the thing that signifies that it's one of our climate policies, whether it's in transportation, housing, economy, wherever that's showing up in the chapter. Particularly because this is so cross-sectoral, we couldn't do it alone. So we worked on this process with a cross-departmental climate policy advisory team, which included staff across the city, as well as staff from the Squaxin Island tribe who participated in that process with us from the very beginning. And we've been working on this for a few years. So back in 2020, late 2023, 2024, we really started the kind of initial research and community outreach and making sure we had all of our facts pulled together and knew what we needed to do to achieve the city's climate goals. And then throughout this year, we've been bringing it through the legislative process, lots of committee briefings and various revisions and updates along the way before bringing it here to council for acceptance. There we go. I thought we needed a new battery for a second. Okay, so I just want to remind you all a little bit about what we've heard. The first is about, we had a lot of comments about urgency, being quick about the work, but also being pragmatic about the work and recognizing when there are some things that are just going to be harder to do and being flexible about that. Making sure that the climate solutions are affordable and accessible to all community members, being flexible in the way that we do this work, supporting high density kind of compact growth, much like the middle housing work that Joyce just shared, and continuing to support environmental protection. So I'm going to pass it over to Natalie now to wrap this up.
Okay, so as we just talked about, the climate element is integrated across all of the chapters. So very briefly, we'll give you an overview of that. The first goes for our environments and parks. So in the natural environment chapter, we're really focused here on adapting ecosystems to changing climate conditions, making sure that, we're reducing pollution and we're minimizing the damage that will come from, accelerated climate change. For our parks, we really want to focus on strengthening community connection to our natural environment. For our health and well-being, this is really focused on public safety and emergency management, making sure that we're both prepared from an infrastructure standpoint, also operationally, making sure that Olympians have access to emergency services and temporary housing if a natural disaster did occur, but also having this long-term housing that's safe and secure and healthy for everyone. And then we have our land use chapters. This is about what and how we build, again, focusing on this dense development and making sure that it's in places that are not exposed to climate hazards and climate risks. And if they are in those places, making sure that we're mitigating them the best we can through our codes and design standards. And then lastly, we have our economy and community, so really focusing on developing the workforce to be in, green jobs or, having better, local energy generation, and then also focusing on having business continuity for different climate impacts, particularly sea level rise and extreme heat and smoke in the summer. So with that, the next steps here are really to integrate the goals and policies across the chapter. So this is a lot of work that Joyce is doing, really just working on the language and getting it formatted, getting all of those parentheses climate policies within the actual chapters. And then lastly, City Council adoption of the full comprehensive plan in December. So for tonight, you have three options. One is to accept the Climate Action and Resilience chapter as proposed. The second one is to accept with specific modifications. And then lastly, do not accept the Climate Action and Resilience chapter. And yeah, I don't know if you need to stay informed beyond this and our contact information. Hopefully this is the last. Yeah.
Thanks, Natalie.
Yeah.
All right, any comments from the council? Seeing none, just thank you. I also think that this is a big, okay. Councilmember Madrone.
Yeah. Congratulations. I hope this is the last time that you share this presentation. And I think this is another chapter in the comp plan that we should be very proud of. I think you should be proud of the work that you've done, the amount of community engagement that you've done, the education that you've been able to do for us as a council and for city staff and for the community as a whole. I just want to remind my council mates here that there's an outstanding council referral to try to figure out how to get ongoing funding to advance our climate work that is just kind of stalled out. And so I just wanted to raise that. You know, we did make a cut to this department, your small but mighty department there in this budget session. But it's been a stated goal of ours for a while to figure out how to keep this work moving forward and how we invest in this work. So just a problem to solve another day, not tonight. But I did just want to bring that back into focus. But with that, I'm glad that we have this to guide us, and thank you for your work on it.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Oh, gosh. I couldn't have said it better myself. So in the interest of time, thank you for your work. It is a big deal that we are at this point. So with that, I need a motion to approve the resolution accepting the Climate Action and Resilience chapter of the Olympia 2045 Comprehensive Plan.
Move approval.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Okay, so that concludes our business items for tonight. We are going to go and move on to council reports and referrals. We'll begin with item 8A, which is the consideration of a referral regarding the allocation of funds in support of the Thurston County Food Bank, who the prime sponsor of this referral is Councilmember Cooper.
Okay. My last referral, you think? I still got like 40 days, so be careful. I could just do referrals in my final speech, right? And the whole time. No. Motions, I could roll out the Olympia cap and trade. No, anyway. So this has been a complex referral because it's been a moving target. And, you know, we all know that we have some significant drama in the Beltway in DC that is hitting us at home. And the reason for the motion was during the government shutdown and the lack of payments in SNAP. And I think one of the things I'm really glad is that we went through this conversation because we know a little bit more about our food system than we did 6 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago maybe. And I'm sure that Councilmember Drone will talk about the need to do bigger planning, so I won't steal her thunder, but that's definitely something that we need to have a conversation about. And so this has been really informative for the future, I believe. Assistant City Manager Ray updated in the packet some information. I think the main takeaway for me is that our local food bank has seen about $1.4 million in cuts just in the last 8 or 9 months. And so we have a bigger emergency on our hands in the future, I think. I also don't think that this is a problem. well, this is not a financial problem the city of Olympia is going to solve. I think we could play a bigger role in food security for our community. But today, I don't think that we're solving all of the immediate food needs for every resident in the city with this motion. I don't want to even pretend that. So I would like to, just as the prime and my own, because I haven't had a chance to talk to the other sponsors, based on where we are with financially and what we know, my recommendation is to bring this down to $30,000. But open to the conversation and dialogue with the council.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Cooper. Are there any comments or questions for Councilmember Cooper or for any of us? Councilmember Madrone.
Y'all got the long version of my rant earlier, so I will keep it brief. Issues of food security tend to come to the forefront, particularly for local governments when there's a crisis. But there is long-term work that needs to happen in this space so that when there are disruptions, the impacts aren't felt as deeply. The city of Tumwater just developed a food systems plan. I'm actually a little embarrassed that they beat us to it. But we had some conversation earlier during our dinner about incorporating something like that into our work plan for next year, because this is the second time while I've been on council that there's been a major disruption to a food system. This one is much more short-lived than what we saw in COVID, where grocery stores were actually empty. It wasn't about poor people no longer having access to food. It was about all of us no longer having access to food. It was a disruption that impacted everybody. And so that's, working professionally in the food security space for a while now, I just seen it over and over again that it's the most important issue only when there's a crisis, and then we forget about it as soon as the crisis is over. And so I'm hopeful that we can have some conversation during our retreat about what it could look like to think about the long term and our contributions as a city, as an urban community that has eaters and growers, on how we can help support the local food system and food security overall. That said, I was aware that we had $15,000 left in our council goal money, so that's kind of the number that I had in my head, and I'm just curious to hear from others.
Thank you, Councilmember Madrone. The $15,000, yes, in the council goal money, but then there's another $15,000 that could come from the city manager's it's getting late. Contingency fund. I almost said congressionally. Yeah. So that's where the other 15 would come from. Any additional comments? Councilmember Gilman.
I just really agree with Councilmember Madrone's call for us to look at a more local, self-reliant, and resilient food system that's really the way that we can impact weathering a crisis like this. That I was proud to sign on to the referral, and I totally support making this contribution to help the food bank survive these crazy changes from the federal administration right now. But I recognize that really the way to serve our community is through supporting a more resilient local food system. So I just want to say that I think both things are important, and in this moment, I do think there's a necessity to respond in this moment, and with the city manager's willingness to use the rest of his contingency fund at the end of the year also, I still support the $30,000 to the food bank. So.
Yes, additional comments, Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
Yeah, I really agree with the comments made so far about long-term planning and not reacting just when it's sort of the topic at hand. I also do appreciate folks want to do something. And my understanding is that through our conversations with the Thurston County Food Bank, that the $15,000 that's left in our council goal funds would be more than welcomed and also sufficient for their needs at this time. And so I'd really welcome us to do the 15,000 and deplete that from our council goal money, and then the 15,000 from the city manager's contingency fund. I appreciate you offering that up. And if we don't use it, while it doesn't roll over, it kind of does. It goes into our fund balance, and we are in a budget shortfall. And anyone that wants to tell me 15,000 is not a lot of money, give it to me. Give it to me, okay? Because it's a lot of money, and I would rather it go back into our fund balance. So, thank you.
Additional comments? Well, I will just say that I was happy to join on this referral as well. So thank you, Councilmember Cooper, for proposing this and bringing it forward. I think that, granted, while it may not be a huge contribution to the food bank, the staff report says that there's about an average of 40 new families a week that our food bank sees. And I think that if we can help one family, that's enough. So I want to make sure that we're respectfully having a dialogue on this topic, because for some people, food insecurity is a thing every day, not just when there's a crisis. And for some people, that crisis exists all the time. And I think that there is a real opportunity here to put our money where our mouth is and demonstrate a small action, a small gesture to our community, and to folks who are utilizing the food bank, who are in need, that this council cares about them, even if they don't know who we are. And I think that there is more opportunity for more discussion around the future plan. I'm curious about the County Board of Health's actions around this, or if they've had any attention on this matter, but it sounds like it could also be a broader conversation, not just for the city, but also for the County Board of Health to consider as well. And I really appreciate, Councilmember Madrone, you've been telling us all along that this is something we need to prioritize. So I think now you'll see more action on that. So we'll pick it up at the retreat. So thank you, Councilmember Cooper. Again, I am supportive of the 30,000 because I think that we should just give what we can to the food bank. Any additional comments? Yes, Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. I'm glad that I liked the way you framed it around one family, and it made me think, well, how much does it cost for a family to eat in Thurston County? A family of four needs, I mean, the survival threshold is $16,800 a year for food for 1 year for 4 people. So with that, I move that the city of Olympia contract with the food bank to get $30,000 of food out into our community.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Cooper. All right, so that concludes our referrals for tonight. So it's late, so and I'm a little disoriented if I'm being honest. So I am going to waive my mayor's report for tonight, and I'll start to my right with Councilmember Madrone.
Great, and I'll keep it brief, but I do want to kind of let you all know where I've been the past couple of weeks. First of all, thank you for allowing me to miss a couple meetings. Apparently, my presence was still here, and I was, invoked several times. So glad to know I can skip a meeting and still have some voice in the process. But I was gone because I attended the COP30 Local Leaders Forum in Rio de Janeiro. So this isn't COP30 itself, but it was a forum of local leaders across the globe that came together in a summit to talk about what local governments need to get out of COP30. And I was joined by Dr. Pamela Braff, who was just presenting to us, our Director of Climate Programs. All of this was, funded by Bloomberg. Nothing came out of the city budget, just want to be clear on that. But it really was an incredible lifetime opportunity, and it's really inspired me about the level of impact that we can have as a local government that is working really hard to advance our response to climate change. There were quite a few folks representing cities in the United States, and we had a pretty good PNW contingent there. Redmond, Seattle, Salem, Portland, and Boise were all present. And it was nice. We kind of grouped together a little bit at times and exchanged ideas, talked about what we were working on. That was actually probably one of the most valuable things coming out of it, was talking with the other cities about the individual things that we're all working on. But given the current challenges with our federal government, it was really important for the global community to see the level of commitment from local governments in the United States who are continuing to move forward on climate change. One of the clear takeaways is that climate change is too big of a problem for national governments to solve on their own. Addressing the climate crisis is an all-government, all-community approach. And many cities and states are reducing their emissions faster than their national governments. And in the case that we're in, where the national governments are denying the realities of climate change, local governments are continuing to make progress, and we're carrying the torch for the next generations. So the overarching theme of the forum was Mutirão, which is a Portuguese word that means a collective effort to achieve a common goal. We had cities across the US and the world who are working actively to reduce emissions and adapt to climate change, all coming together. And I just got this feeling, sometimes we're up here on the dais and we're talking about, how much of a difference are we really making as a city of 57,000? But being among all these other cities that are doing similar work, I just got this feeling wow, we're not alone. It can feel really isolating when it's just the 7 of us up here, but we're really, really not alone. There are cities across the globe who are doing really, really good work in this space. We had the opportunity to learn about some unique approaches that local governments are taking to fund climate work. By the way, there was a whole session on food security, and the message there is food security is climate work. But really cool things that are going on in that space. But one of the things that we learned from our friends at the city of Redmond is they actually fund their decarbonization work, their building decarbonization work, through their capital facilities plan. So they actually, even though it's not city facilities, that's where they budget for decarbonization work to happen across the community. So I know that Dr. Braff is going to be connecting to them to kind of learn more about how that works for them for their city budget. But that was just one takeaway is is that if we can find flexibility other areas, because right now our decarbonization work depends on the staff that we keep on to do it, but it really depends on grants that are available, and it's not, that is the retrofits that we need for existing buildings to decarbonize. That's one of the biggest hurdles we have here. And finally, so C40 cities, that's, those are the real big cities. We're not a C40 city, but what they are doing is they are making their yearly offers of action. And they highlight how they are implementing climate action, not 10 years from now, but in the next year. They are outlining their specific commitments. There's even a panel of mayors from across the globe that shared the commitments they had. One of them was the mayor of Phoenix, which was pretty cool. And I hope that we can do the same when we do our planning for the next year at our retreat, is talk about what are, it doesn't have to be everything, but what is the thing that we are going to get done in this next year to advance our work around climate, our plan that we just adopted this evening. So I have a quick update from Lot 2, but I just wanted to pause real quick to see if there are any questions on that right there.
No questions, just thank you for going. And I'm really bummed that I couldn't, but.
I'm not, I'm sorry.
But I'm glad you got the opportunity because it's your jam and you deserved it. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, well, and I appreciate you, you know, talking to me about attending on your behalf. I really, really do appreciate it. And there will be another while you are still mayor, and I hope you can go. Real quick from Lot, I just wanted to share that we've been talking about our legislative agenda. You know, we talked about other things too. Save that for another time. But I just wanted to highlight the things that are on the Lot legislative agenda. And this is actually pretty new for us. We just hired 2 lobbyists that were appreciated by the 2 of the board members that did the lobbyist selection. One of them is Kelsey Holz with Propolis, and the other is Bill Clark, who has done some utility lobbying work in other areas of the state. And so they're going to form a team to work on behalf of Lot. And there are 5 priorities that we have here. Some of them are long range. Some of them are things that might be, some of them are kind of defense. One of them, preserving funding for low interest infrastructure loans. That was, you know, on our list of things this evening. Sustaining momentum for the Deschutes Estuary, yes. Supporting Lot's Class A+ reclaimed water demonstration. And so some of this might be legislative work, but some of it might be engaging with the agencies on the permitting process. Completing the comprehensive Puget Sound nutrient management, fun stuff. And then also looking at, you know, last year there was a producer responsibility bill around recycling that passed. And we're having a conversation a lot of like, what would it look like to have some kind of producer responsibility bill around contaminants that we find in our water, with PFAS being one example, where those who are polluting have to pay, they have to bear the burden of that, and have a responsibility around that. So that's a longer term thing. We've talked with our folks around, you know, how do we work with other utilities and kind of build that coalition so that, you know, it's probably a multi-year effort at the legislature. But that's what we have on our legislative agenda. So I wanted to share that with you all so that you're aware. I know that Jay is going to be getting a letter from Lot with these. Maybe you already did. I don't know. You'll get it soon if you haven't gotten it already. So that's my report.
Thanks, Councilmember Madrone. Yeah, it took 6 years to get the Recycling Reform Act through, so that's what you're looking at. Yeah. Questions? Councilmember Cooper.
I actually want to say what you just said is already the law. The federal law is cradle to grave with chemical contaminants. And then if it still exists in the environment, the original producer is responsible already.
Oh, that's interesting. I'd like to learn more about that, because, you know, they're the experts in their field, so there must be some kind of gap in that law that is not covering this particular area. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay.
All right, additional questions or comments for Councilmember Madrone? All right, Councilmember Vanderpool.
All right, just a few items. So, Transportation Policy Board met this last week, and as you probably noticed on our legislative agenda, I added this because it was a kind of a concern to me. So between the last time we met with WashDOT about the Nisqually Delta project with the replacement of the bridges, the I-5 to Mounts Road kind of area, that now no longer has rail in its plans by the state. And they're kind of shrinking back on the project a little. They'll have a shared path for most of it, an HOV lane, but it really feels like they've really shrunk back on the project that they said that they went forward with a year ago. This probably has to do with where they are with the budget. I asked directly if they were even going to look at weight capacity, and they said that's not even in the plans anymore, which is quite disappointing. So that's kind of an update we got from them. We're still looking for recruitment applicants for our community advisory. We have only gotten 4 applications for the board. So if anyone out there is interested in finding someone to be on that, please submit their application, reach out. The Regional Housing Council met this last week, and We passed our Thurston homeless plan, 2025, 2030. No big deals, no issues. And then we looked at our legislative priorities. We didn't pass it, but there were some. It'll come back in December. Am I sitting in that one for you, or am I going to be at that one? Okay. I'm just curious. I don't know. I'll just keep going until you show up. Not meant to be a slight. Just saying. I'll just be there. No. Oh, she's there. I can go do something else.
Robert's tired.
I am. So there were some concerns about the Residential Tenant Lord Act, and specifically around operators and clients in homeless shelters and tiny homes. We're not subject to trying to move them to not being subject of this. This is kind of it's unlikely to be covered by the session. It is a concern by some of the members. I expect to come back in December and have more of a discussion around that. We also had a governance conversation. We made a little bit of progress about like the need to create systems around policy, the needs to work on certain things. The staff took notes, and we'll probably see some sort of combination of everything that was spoken for about an hour conversation coming back. So I expect that coming up. I'm going to mention this. So a while ago, I'm glad Councilmember Gilman mentioned this. So Intercity Transit tomorrow, we're gonna be looking at some of the route system. There have been a few concerns that have come up from the public. I'm mentioning this now because in the new year we'll be having that presentation, hopefully, yeah. And there's been Bus 41 concerns. There's a lot of folks from Evergreen through Division into downtown because the changes that are going to be occurring are going to be kind of hubbing it to the mall and then downtown. And there's a lot of concerns because the route that will be running later will be going down Cooper Point instead of Division. And that's the concern about the late hours. That from talking to folks that have been advocating against this change, the biggest concern, it seems like, is the night bus shifting, would that be west of where it usually is. And there's a lot of people that live in that neighborhood who purchased homes or who live there, or apartment dwellers who live along that route. And so there's a bit of concern going on. I'm hoping we can continue to have that dialogue, because moving into a hub system will be more efficient for the whole system, but there are deep concerns about losses in service for certain people that have become accustomed to it. I mean, I had an email this afternoon. I wasn't aware that there is not going to be a complete direct route. It'll be a continuous route to go to Amtrak, for example. Someone just emailed this afternoon and had concerns about that. So there's a lot of learning. There's nothing set in stone for the May launch. So I expect this to be an ongoing conversation. And if you have any questions from the public about these concerns, just send them my way, and I'll talk with them about it. So yeah, that's what I got.
Thank you. Yes, questions or comments for Councilmember Vanderpool, City Manager Bernie?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that IT will be here on December 2nd in your study session to update us on the routes. We found a way to fit them in before the end of the year.
Great. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none. Councilman.
I have a question for Jay.
Sure. Right.
So are we gonna, it's myself a question. It's one of those nights. Is it before or after Flock?
Before.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Gilman.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight that this evening was the last public hearing on the budget, and that we will meet by Zoom next Tuesday to hear any last budget balancing, any adjustments that staff would propose at the last. So tonight is kind of the opportunity, if there was something that was still niggling you, because we're essentially drafting the ordinances coming out of these public hearings. And then on December 9th, we will have ordinances for the general fund, the special revenue and internal service funds, and the operating budget all in front of us. So thank you for the many extra hours we spent across this fall preparing the budget. And I just wanted to make sure folks were aware that we've got the Zoom next Tuesday night, and then we'll actually have the ordinances in front of us on the 9th.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. Councilmember Gilman, I just want to say thank you for the great job of leadership you've done through this budget and the Finance Committee, picking up for a chair mid 2-year term, mid somebody else's work plan, and you've just done a phenomenal job. So good job. Thank you.
You stole my thunder. Yes, thank you. All right, any questions or comments for Councilmember Gilman? We're getting delirious. Everybody wants to go home. So, Mayor Pro Tem?
All right, yeah, let's settle down. I do have some things to cover, and they are not short. But I don't always go long on reports, so I'm just going to go ahead and feel comfortable taking up the space. So the first one is a bit of a public service announcement. There's the South Puget Sound Give Local campaign that happens. I won't tell you who to give to, but it's a really helpful and really successful campaign in years past. And so it's really that the Give Local campaign is for Thurston, Lewis, and Mason counties. I would encourage you to look at Olympia organizations. There's a search bar there. You can go to spsgives.org and search for who you would like to give to. Any amount is helpful. And so the Give Local campaign is through November 21st. They are giving through there specifically you won't have to pay for any fees, and then the organizations receiving the money won't have to pay any fees as well. Then they also have interesting ways to give. You can give by just a simple donation, of course, but there's also like stock options, for example. So a lot of different ways to give, and I know throughout this year we've been hearing about a lot of organizations that aren't, I guess, could be doing better. And so this is our opportunity to give local through November 21st. Next, I got to attend in the mayor's stead, which I actually love it when you have a conflict. So a couple of things this past weekend, but I'll share first is there was a fashion show on a Sunday night benefiting Haven House. It was over at the Olympia Ballroom. It was the most packed I have seen the Olympia Ballroom in a long time. Councilmember Gilman was there, staying throughout all of the 5 different sort of runway shows for the different designers. And it was, not only was there a lot of people on a Sunday, but it was a diverse group of people, and everybody was wearing their Sunday best, showing off their different styles. And then I learned about a organization that I didn't know existed because they had some groups tabling as well. So of course we have JASCOM, or Joint Animal Services, that Councilmember Green sits on, but then there's also friendsofjazz.org. And I hadn't heard of that before. And so I guess it started this year, and it's actually really cool. The community members coming together, they created a nonprofit to support Joint Animal Services. As many of us know, Joint Animal Services building is not sufficient for them any longer. It actually was originally created as like a propane business. So it really wasn't built to be Joint Animal Services, and they're making do with what they can until they can move into a larger space. And with that, this Friends of Joint Animal Services, or JAZZ, they not only want to create awareness and then show the different jurisdictions in Thurston County that community members on a hyper-local level really want to see Joint Animal Service be able to secure funding for a new building. But also they think of creative sort of quick fixes for the moment. So right now they're working on like a gazebo, getting a gazebo as a way of helping have extra space for dogs to exercise a little bit. There's a little bit more to it, but really local, really savvy, really smart. So I just wanted to make sure that we knew about that. And then also Pizza Clutch, which I think many of us in this room already know what Pizza Clutch is, hopefully, but Pizza Clutch is the sort of quick and dirty of it is it happens in public high schools, and actually all but one public high school in Thurston County lets an organization called Pizza Clutch and their volunteers come in and provide pizza and just eat with LGBTQ plus youth and provide a space for them to be themselves. And so they actually need a few volunteers right now. And so if you're interested in that, you might share that with others or look into it. Super low commitment. It's just about showing up and bringing pizza. And I think you get to eat it too. So there's that. But it's just a reminder that radical acts of kindness don't have to be difficult or complicated. It could just be providing space for someone to be themselves. And so I guess just a reminder on that one. Today, I went to a board meeting for Experience Olympia and Beyond, or as many of us know it, the Visitor Convention Bureau of Thurston County, and a couple of quick highlights for that one. The board did vote to approve the interim appointment as executive director for executive director, Shauna Stewart. Shauna Stewart has been a longtime community member and actually used to hold that position. And so she is well poised to be interim until another search picks up next year for a permanent executive director. And then also, we had a really healthy discussion on the board today about the importance of partnership with the jurisdictions. And so one of the ways that the board is doing that is by providing some key takeaways from each of our board meetings. And so I'm not going to be telling you what those are right now, but I will send them to your council inboxes, and I think that's really helpful for reference too, so I'll do that soon. And then I wanted to close with the other weekend sort of assignment that I got from the mayor, happily, which is attending at Capitol High School in their Performing Arts Center, the Diwali Festival of Lights celebration, which did include some of the speakers from Hindu American Heritage Month, if you'll remember that proclamation. It's almost, it was really heartfelt, and it was almost a little bit of a comedy show, what with the Yoda slip, Councilmember Vanderpool. And so with that, just want to lift up that Olympia Police Department Lieutenant Hirataka was there. And I think that's really important to note because he was invited there. And I think it's really important because our police department has done really intentional and a really fine job of being there when public safety concerns are present and then or needs are present, but then also it's important to be there when they're not, right? So proactively being in community when there isn't a problem and sort of normalizing the police and then the police's presence and building a connection with folks. And then I want to read you a couple of lines from that I shared with folks that night. Diwali is a powerful symbol of hope, renewal, and the triumph of light over darkness. It reminds us that even in the most challenging times, the light within us, our values, our compassion, our knowledge, can guide the way forward. Let us be lights in our neighborhoods, in our schools, and in our workplaces. Let us stand together against division and fear, choosing instead unity, respect, and love. And I want to thank Assistant to the City Council, Melissa McKee, for helping me put that so beautifully. So just really encourage folks to, if you didn't know before, just think about carrying that message forward and how you might do so. Whether it's an observance that you celebrate or not. It's not one that is part of my cultural upbringing or cultural background, and I had a really bad day on Saturday, and attending Diwali was exactly what I needed. So think about how you might carry that light over darkness. Thanks.
That's great. Any questions or comments for Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen? Thank you for that. That's nice. I hope you felt as warm of a reception as I did last year. It's unmatched, the reception that I got when I showed up to the Diwali celebration last year.
Thanks, Mayor Payne. Yeah, many of them said that they, not in a guilt way, but many of them said that they missed you. And they also love me.
Of course they do. All right, Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things from the Clean Air Agency meeting last week. So this is a big thing for me because I've been trying to do this for over 10 years. The Clean Air Agency voted to adopt a voluntary outdoor burning notification system across the entire region in time for next October. And so Thurston County is the only place where you know what outdoor burning is happening in your community. And so Orca will now have one system, and we did some accommodations for a couple of the no votes. So it's not called a permit, and it's doesn't cost anything, and it's educational, and it's called a notification system. But that is a huge movement because really what we need to do next as a Clean Air Agency is talk about what the reasonable alternatives to burning are so that we can decide if burning should even be allowed county by county. And Thurston County should be the first one to have that conversation. So it's a big contributor to public health, and it can actually, we have a higher asthma rate and some other things than other counties compared to population. And then we also passed a resolution. So when I first started on Orca board, Jimmy Warner was the head of compliance, and he retired like within a couple of weeks of me starting on the board. And earlier this year, he passed away suddenly. At the same time this year, we've been rebuilding and replacing the Mountain View Elementary School monitoring shelter on the school grounds, which was built by Jimmy Warner. Probably with very little interaction with the city back 35 years ago. And so the new monitoring shelter has been dedicated in his name. And so it will be known as the James P. Warner Monitoring Shelter. And I wanted to offer that if any of you are thinking about asking your colleagues to be on the Clean Air Agency board, I'd love to just sit down and talk to you about this project because it's really the only regulatory space we have in our interjurisdictionals. I think it's quite a bit different, other than maybe animal services. And on the 10th of December, at around 1:30, we'll be going out to the Mountain View Elementary School and doing a ribbon cutting with Jimmy's family there. And wanted to see if any of you are thinking about being on the Orca board next year. That'll be a good opportunity to come and meet a few board members, meet some staff. Before you have retreat in January and figure that out. So, and then my last piece is I got the chance yesterday to go with the staff from Orca to do the air quality inspection for Crown Beverage. And 15 years on council, I didn't get a chance to go in the building for the tour when they opened the new line. We've had some rough interactions with them with Orca in the last few years, but really have recovered that. And it was an excellent tour, and I was really blown away by the facility. So this 3-line can making plant makes 7 million cans per day. The closest can plants are in Calgary and Nevada. So I've now picked up about 10 cans since yesterday, and all of them were made in Olympia. If you look at an aluminum can and look by the serial or the SKU number, there's a little crown, and right next to it is a gray box, and if the last 3 digits in the gray box are 076, that can was made in the city of Olympia, which I think is huge. 172 employees making 7 million cans a day. That is a great economic development engine for our community, and it's just so exciting that they decided to stay here and build their new line here, because there was a little bit of tension around that, and it's cool for our community. So, thank you.
Wow, that is cool. Somebody needs to follow them with a camera. That's
And I highly suggest a full council tour. Like, and maybe you break up, so you don't need to do it, but they're good at giving tours. There's a lot to learn, and it'll be like something. In fact, the comparison, and the people that went to Japan will understand this. My wife's first question was, well, could they retrofit that to take apart appliances? But it's that kind of a factory, so it's really cool. All automated.
That's cool. Any questions or comments for Councilmember Cooper? Seeing none. Last but not least, City Manager Bernie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 items. One is this Thursday here in council chambers from 11 to 1 is our annual Adopt a Family Luncheon. It is put on by city employees. We'll have a variety of crock pots full of soups for sale, a bake sale. There'll be a silent auction. All those proceeds go to helping families in our community have a wonderful holiday season. So I just wanted to invite all of you, if you have no lunch plans on Thursday between 11 and 1, to come and join us for our Adopt a Family Lunch, and I'll buy you lunch. If you're able to stop by on that day, I'll buy your soup. So show up if you can. Hope to see you there. The last one is just a sad note. This past weekend, we lost 2 of our long-term employees who've retired in the past few years, both of whom I worked alongside for majority of my career, especially my younger career. I want to acknowledge the passing of Steve Nelson, formerly in the Olympia Police Department, and Roland Ireland, formerly in the Public Works Department, and just let them and their families know the thoughts of all of us here at the city are with them and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Bernie. Before we adjourn, just for those who may have just tuned into the meeting recently, we did earlier make an amendment to the agenda to remove the closed session for our agenda. So with no further business before the Olympia City Council, we're adjourned.